Hello and good morning. I'm Chris from Airwindows. I'm gonna probably bounce off camera a little bit, power to my damn nose, and we are going to do some live streaming. So, like I said, give me a sec, I'll be right back. Alrighty, observe the difference. I bet you thought I was making that up. No. When I do live streaming or make videos for YouTube, I do literally have to powder my nose because it's effectively television. You get all these bright lights like this one over there and stuff, and you end up having to do things like, for me, I'm just using like Johnson & Johnson's baby powder. This is not like fancy makeup here, but it's just like an old Jeepy Trudeau Doonesbury strip where they're working with like Roland Headley Jr., the journalist, and they're like, we're getting a lot of glare off of your nose, Raleigh. Yeah, well, you'll get glare off of your nose if you use studio lighting and you haven't like powdered your face up. So a lot of these things you would take for granted or not even think about, but anybody that works in television will be very familiar with them. And so when I do a live stream, and it's not like it's uncomfortable or anything. It's completely fine. It's they put powder on babies to make them more comfortable. So if my nose needs to be more comfortable or less reflective, then it's all good. I'm just saying that's what I went to do. And I do think it's kind of funny, but I try to share all of my information to everybody who might want it. And I have something else interesting to share this morning, which I can do even before I get my coffee and set about porting the newly developed W2, which is very exciting, to VST and the other stuff that I can do today. Namely, today I have signed up for Mixanalog.com system just before streaming, and I have already made a recording of what is supposedly, and could well be, a real Studer tape deck at 2 different volume levels. So I threw about $15 their way just to give me a little bit more in terms of their credits, and I had a test to find out whether or not there were dark patterns involved. So we'll walk through this system and I'll show you how it actually works. Because it's kind of neat. I feel like this is a recipe for printing money from wealthy music business people running studios who can't decide on things. It's a neat little system. It really is. And I will be able to use it quite efficiently, I think. And again, I've already done a test. I didn't really mean to, but I needed to go and grab a shower before my stream. So effectively, I did a dark pattern test because I had no other way of really getting around it. I wasn't going to be able to both shower and mind the session. You book the sessions in 15-minute increments. And when you've done that, you're then live at that moment and go in and start doing your stuff with what is apparently their machine. And it makes sense that this could be real. It doesn't necessarily have to be some kind of weird giant scam, because it's like a license to print money for a certain user base, just the way it is. It'll be real interesting to find out what the results are. Like I said, I've already got a couple of Studer tape deck recordings off of this. Again, always assuming it's real deal, and it could well be. I also found out that I'm sending 96K, and they seem to be resampling it on the fly. That I'm less thrilled about, but what are you going to do? I'm more than happy to give it a try anyhow, and I'm working at 96K. So basically, if they're doing a sample rate conversion, we can just hope that it's fairly good at doing that. And honestly, I saw a reference to that, but I don't know if that's actually what's happening. I just know that there was some reference to that going on. Honestly, I feel like they should be able to play 2496 files into their gear and capture 2496 out of it. So we'll find out. That, or they're downsampling and then upsampling on the fly. And that would be pretty lame. It's possible to test that, but I will observe what happens. In fact, it's possible to test that like this very instant, because we've got the files. So this is what I got back from them. And that is supposed to be the output of a Studer. It seems to be normalized fairly well. If I have located it properly, let's see. Okay, that's plausible. So these are my little ramps going into the tape thing. So it's definitely not passing DC, and that would be correct for an actual tape deck. There's no chance an actual tape deck would be able to pass DC even at a very elevated level. So that's plausible. You'd expect to see that. And here is our sine wave thing. I've got two passes of this. One of them is an advanced amplitude, and one of them I kept fairly clean and non-clippy. And then lastly, we've got a sine wave. And this ended up being a little clipped, but we'll see whether it sounds warbly. In fact, never mind that. Let's fire up the other one. And this one could do with being normalized maybe, but it is a lower level. And many of its parts seem to be very similar, but this will be a cleaner sine. And then today, before I move on to other things, we're going to run this through the other tape deck that they have available. And that'll probably do it. And it's probably not going to use up all of my credits, but I'll explain a little more about how their credit thing works. But this is what the warble on the Mixanalog Studer sounds like on a sine wave. So I'm going to say I can kind of hear the barest hints of flutter in there. Not very much, but you got to understand, like working with flutter, you're honestly not going to hear all that much of it. Tape decks are pretty good. Professional grade tape decks are even better. I will also be able to, maybe if we get really ambitious, we could try doing that today. I have a literal cassette deck. So we could, I could either off stream or I could try to drag it out and make it work on stream. Find a tape that I haven't already recorded stuff on, which there are no such things, but I might find one that I can repurpose, and start fooling with that, at which point I'll have the same thing, but there will be a cassette deck, and that'll be a lot wobblier. That'll be a lot more fluttered than this. This is said to be a like late 80s Studer, and that's going to be pretty smooth, and indeed it is. I just feel like I hear the barest hints of flutter in there. And yeah, when I was talking about using this system, this is what I meant. Let's immediately, let's immediately go and start using this again. I actually don't need to upload a new file because I'm using the same one that I had. And we're going to go to Tape Machines, and this time we're going to pick the Telefunken M15. And we're going to go for 9:15 time slot. It's going to come right up because it's like 9:13, so I only have a couple of minutes. And we're going to go through this process, and then we'll have the Telefunken recordings as well, and I'll do exactly what I did the first time. And then we'll have another option. We can immediately check and see whether the flutter on the Telefunken is any different. So here's the thing, is I tested this system to see whether it had particular kinds of dark patterns. And what I was thinking about, see, it's the number of credits I had dropped from like 400 something to 300 something. You go through, the several hundred, 300 or so credits or whatever cost me $15, just about. So you will burn money doing this. It's worth it to me because, assuming that this whole system is in fact manipulating analog gear and it has the tape decks, I don't have those tape decks, so it's worth it. Yeah, and it is going to be all of the above. And once your thing gets ready to go, you're up and working. We'll see how the bandwidth goes because I'm streaming now. My bandwidth is awesome. The bandwidth of this site is not as awesome. It's okay, but it was not that impressive uploading the original file. It really was kind of lacking. Also, there's something that I did not think to do. Okay, start. So here's what we've got. This is their picture of the Telefunken that I am to be using. And I'm selecting this, but I can also select the ones that I ran through first. Now it is up and ready to roll. Bounce means make a file. But what we've got right now is the converters and this one piece of gear. And when I hit the button, it hesitates a bit. And that was a weird dropout. I'm not exactly sure what that was about, but you'll also note it is very loud. So we're gonna dial those back. We're still peaking in the red, but not all that much. And now we've got our little pauses and things. This is my test file, you see. My drums, there's also going to be one where I turn it up a lot, but this is my pass for not being very loud. I always like to sort of move this back to the beginning again, but I don't honestly think I need to. So this is now padded enough that we're not wildly distorting the tape, which is normal. If you were doing a rail recording on this kind of gear, you wouldn't be wildly distorting it. And so now we hit bounce. And we're going to go bounce now. I think I have to do all of this literally during the session, and I'm comfortable with that. I think this sample rate thing is the down and up sampling. And we'll hit bounce now. And then it's not going to play it, but it'll show me a little thingy. And also you are made to pay for rewinding the tape. But it doesn't take impossibly long, but they are making you pay for rewinding the tape. Now, another thing that they did, which was I see nothing, towards the end of it, you will see a little thing saying extend session, if it's possible to do that. And at that point, you could hit the button and pay for another session out of your credits. I went to grab a shower at that time, so I trusted that if you did not do that, the session stops and you don't pay any further, and your tinkering with analog gear on the internet is done for the day, or done for the session. I trusted them with that because I was going to make a big stink if it did not work, because that is a situation under which they could throw up a dialog box saying, "You're running out of time. Hit this button to stop the session or be automatically booked for more." That did not happen. I don't know yet what exactly happens. Also note we're still rewinding. That is a somewhat unfortunate thing, but one thing about it is that they probably have a big old tape spool there. So you kind of got to deal with it, and you'll burn minutes rewinding the tape that you're paying for. You're paying for the time of rewinding the tape during the time that you've booked. I bet we're still going to be able to get 2 passes out of this, though. I'm just going to have to be fairly deft with it, because there's no way of getting around it. Black dots in the zero cross meter only mean that particular peak. Actually, hang on. Okay, so now we're bouncing. The black dots just mean it's not one of the blue dots. It doesn't mean good or bad. On the zero cross meter, bigger is louder. And I am because each RMS evaluation section produces a dot and an RMS meter, one per channel. So you get one of those for each buffer that's being analyzed. And so the dots do line up with peaks, but they register all different things. That's just when you get a dot of any kind at all is when you get a peak of some kind, when you get an RMS measurement of some kind. So if your sound was loud, the zero cross meter dot is bigger. If your sound was quiet, the zero cross meter is smaller. And if the peaks that you were working with are optimally balanced between loudness and slew energy, the whole blue peaks are good thing, that also carries through to the zero cross meter, but that's all it really means. And what that means is if you see a lot of blue peaks, but you're not really sure what frequency range they're in, you can look at the zero cross meter, and where the blue peaks sit tell you what frequency range is like coming across as good and working out well under that circumstance. So yeah, having overly saturated sounds would be giving you larger dots rather than smaller dots. If it's louder, then it's larger. If it is not in the high frequency to peak energy balance, then that will give you not blue. Whereas if it's making that balance, the sort of star quality balance, then that's going to give you blue dot. Like the thing that I put up just recently, Van Halen's Unchained as a timeless, does a good job of showing that. Even the guitar intro registers as the blue dots, meaning it's balanced between peak energy and slew energy. There's a particular sweet spot that lines up for damn near everything that I've measured. Oh, well, an 808 doesn't have high frequencies, man. You wouldn't expect to have high frequencies out of an 808. That's normal. It's completely normal for an 808 to just produce a sine wave, and you're not required to make the 808 show up as that. Although, if you have other stuff happening in the mix, that'll change. You can have enough high frequency elements in the mix and the 808s at the same time, and if they are all hitting together just right, then you will have the blue dots even though it looks like it's the 808 because multiple things are happening at the same time. And here we are back into the zone. We are continuing to play with this. My second pass for this, and I think I may have, oh no, it's labeled correctly. Now we smash it until it is audibly distorted. And we immediately go to bounce because I'd like to try another thing that I don't get to try with the Studer unless I pay for more credits. And now I'm a little bit worried, and I'll tell you why. I have forgotten to label the new file with a different name, so I may have goozled myself pretty bad here. We will see whether they're smart enough to deal with it, because I may have screwed myself over real good at a cost of, I don't know, dollars. And the reason for that is because I have just set it to do 2 passes. I did a pass, I paid for running it through the machine, and now I have told it to do another pass using exactly the same name. So we get to find out whether their system overwrites the previous name and erases the previous take that I paid for. It's all about dark patterns. And again, what I was talking about earlier was I tested this system inadvertently to find out whether they had dark patterns going, where if you were finishing up the session and running out of time, it would open up a dialog box saying, click here to stop the session or you will automatically be booked for another. That didn't happen. So now the remaining question is, do I need to scramble to try to run a final bounce at the original volume again? Or did they give me yes, Mel, yes. Or did they give me 2 bounces of effectively the same name, maybe with an increment on it? And I probably won't know that until I go and look at the files in the final location. It'll be rather frustrating, and we might just have to bash our heads against this a little bit. But one of the things, because I did not remember to update the file name. When I was working with the Studer, or what they say is a Studer, and it may very well be true, when I was working with the Studer, I remembered to make one of them be noise for echo 2, and I've got those downloaded on my desktop right now. And they are indeed multiple. Oh, I have not seen this dialog box before. Only 20 seconds before I won't be able to make it download. You don't have to make it download in the session. You can let the entire session play through and then go and make a download from the files area, to the best of my knowledge. I might burn through the $15 that I gave them today just wrestling with their system. But yeah, currently what we're finding out is whether I've wasted $15 on a system that can't handle forgetting to update the file name. And I'm going to be very interested to find out whether they're good enough to roll with that and come up with multiple file names. It'll be easy enough to find out because one of them will be really distorted and one of them won't. But that's kind of the idea there. And I will be able to check on that real soon. And I'll tell you why. Because Okay, we have two identically named files, but it claims they are both there. That's good enough for me. And there's the extend session thing. This is too long of a file. Interestingly, this setup, I guess we'll see how this works. This setup does not show you a I'm done button. Maybe because you're paying for it and they're protecting you against clicking the wrong button in the heat of mix battle and then shutting yourself off. You do have a bypass button, which we're obviously not going to use. And again, up here, what I can run through here is they've got a couple of initial things that you don't actually get to delete. This is the one that I uploaded, have to be waves. This was the original Studer. This was the high volume Studer. And then this is going to be the original Telefunken, and this is the high volume Telefunken. So what I'm going to want to do, and we might do this today. I mean, if anybody is interested in seeing what this system works like, my idea was I would take the output of one of the non-distorted tape decks and run it through the tape deck a second time. And I mean, it'll cost me some money to do that, but I probably have enough tokens to do that once for each of these. I mean, technically, we could find out how that works. Let's see. Well, no, I don't like that because I'll tell you why. I have two Telefunken recordings and I can't tell which one is the loud one and which one is not. And I don't like that. So basically what I'm going to do is download them from the file section. And once I've downloaded the one that I think is the first one, I'm going to test it and see if that's the one that I think it is. And then I will download the other one and delete it, leaving only the one that's not distorted. Because the next trick with playing with this system is running through multiple instances of the tape machine for each of these tape machines and seeing what we get. And I have no problem burning up all the rest of the tokens to do that. I feel like that would be a useful enough bit of data. Because the thing is, if we're trying to exactly mimic these things, and I can stack them up twofold, and then when I'm actually working on ToTape 7, I can stack that up twofold and make it replicate the behavior of the real tape deck, quote unquote, that is stacked up twofold, and that or better, and it ought to do pretty well. And here's apparently what we get. Very nice. I don't think I have a sign-up coupon, but let's find out if I do. Nope. But it wants me to buy more stuff, because of course it does. So no timestamp here, no name change. Let's assume that this is chronological. I've already downloaded the Studer files. We're going to download the Telefunken file. And it's going fairly, reasonably quick. Not super quick, but reasonably quick. And then I'm going to open it up in my wave editor and find out what's what. So again, this should be the lower volume version. And then here is this one's head bump, and oh, what an interesting behavior that has. That's actually kind of weird and funky. I'm not sure what that's about. It comes back this way, and then there's a little interesting and weird. Does this. That's a curious behavior. I'm honestly surprised to see it. This one looks more natural than the previous one. The previous one There's something a little peculiar about that, but because I don't see why that discontinuity is there. But I mean, okay, fair. And that does confirm that that is the non-distorted one, making this one here be the distorted one. It was much more eager to download that. Weird. I would have thought that it would be much slower than that. Let's see if we actually got a result. And that sounds pretty squished, and that's a lot louder. And sure enough, I think that is, yep, that's tape distortion. So there we are. And up the end of the file name says 1 at the end of it. So they did give me multiple files rather than just kind of duplicating them, as we've now seen. I mean, it literally demonstrates that that is what's supposed to be. So I'm going to edit that just for a moment to take out the 1. But I am happy that that's there. And now we are going to go and firstly, we're going to delete this one. We're going to delete this one. And now, let's see whether we can't run additional sessions long as we're doing this. We'll do all of this, and then I will go and make a cup of coffee while I put on some music for you folks, and then we are going to get into doing the VST versions of W2, because W2 was so amazing on Tuesday that I need to put it out this coming Sunday, and that's going to be quite exciting. But first things first, let's burn through all of the tokens that I spent money on this morning. I don't think we need to, okay, so Studer. So you can hit a duplicate button. Let's see what that does. Because I know I want to go into this Studer, and I know I've got uploaded files. Honestly, I don't understand why it did that, but it's fine. So A812, we're going to select that. 930, well, we're already 935, so that's no good. So we'll do it for 945, and it looks like we're going to be able to do that for this one and the next one. And what we're going to do this time around, and let's put, and we're skipping 930 because it is already 935, and I don't need to like waste 5 minutes. It's sitting there open, but I don't need to jump in booking a 15-minute block, of which 10 minutes has already elapsed. So we're going to skip ahead a little bit. And the thing we're going to do going forwards is go into the session, and then rather than uploading my original test file, which is still there, we're going to upload the previous output of the Studer session, and we're going to run that through the machine again. A little sort of infinite loopage, a little generation loss. And then once it's finished doing the new version, and I'll have to make sure to label it correctly. I'm going to need to make sure to label it appropriately so that I can remember what I'm doing. We're going to immediately take the result of that, which is 2 generations down, and run it through the machine again, 3 generations down. And we're going to keep on doing that until we have nothing but rumble and grunge. And we're going to keep it at a reasonable volume level every step of the way. We've done a pass which emulates pushing the volume. But this is strictly about, without distorting it, seeing just how much tape grunge, which unfortunately will also include converter grunge. Hopefully it's not bad converter grunge, but it looks like it's going to be including upsampling and downsampling each time as well. And we're just going to have to live with that because I want the 96K downloads. And yeah, we shall see what is to see. And then once I'm finished doing all of that, I'm going to go and make another cup of coffee and we'll get coding. Honestly, this might be a fine time for me to set up the coding stream. So maybe let's do that. I've also got a bunch of busy work to do. We'll probably do a little bit of that. There you go. It's getting out the old video cable. Plug that sucker in right here. So we're getting the old coding stream ready to go, and it's going to look like this when we're ready to do it. So be prepared. And now we're 6 minutes out. I do have to pay attention to all of that because it's going to start whether I like it or not, and then I have to be ready to move. I should be able to get 2 passes on the fairly extended example song that I've got. Because of course it's noise for echo. It's all of my little test noises, and that's going to come in handy. Mel, no, absolutely not. That is 300 minutes of studio time. So 300 minutes of studio time is next to nothing. You're not going to be able to get anything done that way. And John Daub, we're making what is apparently supposed to be recordings of real tape decks so that I can dial in ToTape 7 better. And we've already found out some interesting things, such as, like here is, let's see, so this is apparently my track passed through a real Studer tape deck. I feel that could very well be true. If it's not, then the rewinding time stuff is an enormous ripoff because it would be completely made up. But I feel like with the way robotics and things can work, it's quite possible. So again, you have to pay for the time of the tape rewinding. So that's a not especially distorted version. And this is a sine wave passed through a real Studer machine. You'll notice it is not very wobbly. That's actually correct. A real tape machine, a real studio quality tape machine, isn't all that wobbly. So we're going to quit out of Twisted Wave because we are not going to be distracted by that. And we are working with the system put online by Mixanalog.com. This is, to the best of my knowledge, the same thing that the Scandinavian guy, the snake oil guy, White Sea Studios. Whitesea Studios did a video of comparing tape emulation software. And one of the things that he did was he said, I have used a real tape deck, but the pictures that he gave were the pictures from this site. So basically, Whitesea Studio used this system to run his demo audio through a real tape deck and compared that to plugins on his machine. So having found the same site, what I'm doing is running my audio, which is my test file, a bunch of different things. In some ways, it's the same test file that I used on Reverbs. And I spent about $15 this morning topping up my credits, which is being burned through at a staggering rate. You'll burn through your credits even rewinding the machines, but for a lot of their stuff, it doesn't actually rewind machines. Like they have all this other gear that doesn't require any rewinding at all. That's just for the tape machines. And it's probably kind of like this. You're sitting there waiting for this giant spool of tape to rewind. Also, I bet if the tape breaks or comes loose somehow, you have no recourse. You'll have to book an entirely new session, assuming the machine's up. And so that's somewhat risky. You're certainly not going to be using this. Well, you wouldn't have to, because you'll be using ToTape 7, because I'll make it sound as good as this. But you certainly wouldn't be using this for your entire album unless you were some kind of wealthy producer who really enjoyed the internetiness of it all and had like literally inexhaustible funds. Because it burns through your money incredibly fast this way. But again, it's a fairly clever thing, assuming it's a real, and there's no technical reason why this can't be completely real and as advertised. It doesn't have to be in any way fake to still be an incredibly lucrative thing to be doing. And we'll be helping them be lucrative in less than a minute, or in a little over 1 minute, because we are about to do another pass on the Studer. In fact, we're probably going to be able to do 2, including the rewind time. I don't know whether it's just constantly running when it's not rewinding, but I have so far been able to get 2 passes of my 3-5 minute track. No, it's not a 5 minute track, because then I would not have time. And off we go. I don't know why it even says finish early. That seems ridiculous. So source, I want the Studer. This is the first pass. That's kind of how you do this kind of thing. And then I have to start playing, and we're going to set levels. It's a quieter pass. Good enough. Let's go. And we're going to call these 3 and 4. 2 is the up level. 3 is 2 generations, and then 4 is going to be 3 generations, because why not? And as near as, like, put it this way, if it ain't real hardware processing, that's an enormous ripoff, because they will make you sit there while the tape rewinds. So if there's not real hardware and real tape, that is the meanest ripoff ever. But if it is real hardware and real tape, they will in fact have to rewind it. No way around it. They'll be keeping enough tape on the spool that under no circumstances can you ever have the recording fail from running out of tape. So they have to have enough extra around. What they're working with, like, I don't know, 44.1K and God knows what. It's not special in that respect at all. I can do way better than anything that they've got, most likely on their digital end, because they appear to be running through some kind of, who knows what converters they're really using. They're not going to be as good as mine, I bet you. They can't possibly have like Laveries and stuff kicking around. And they're not going to be dithering to the 24-bit out or any of that stuff. They'll be 32-bit float or worse. And I don't care, because doing this, I can isolate what the actual sounds are by passing my signal through multiple stages of analog hardware processing. And the fact that the other stuff will deteriorate a little bit on top of that doesn't really matter. I can do a digitally clean version of these effects in the box and get around the converters and stuff. And yeah, Crappy Blonde, this is another place's website. This is a different product. I'm not endorsing them. I think it's probably real. I also know that it costs you the earth. Like, I'm going to have one more pass on this and one more pass on the Telefunken, and that'll be it. Like, there will be no more. I will have burned through not only the tokens that they started me out with, but also $15 worth of other tokens that I got this morning. So it's expensive. It'll cost you. If I can identify anything else that I would really like to study that is analog gear that I can't get my hands on, I could go back and throw more money at them and try it again. I'll still have my test files. I have not used Crane Song Ahead, but a lot of people that I know from back in the day were always very excited about it. Like big mastering engineers and stuff that I rubbed elbows with as a humble, not as good as them. Folks like that tended to be in favor of the Crane Song Ahead. And we are almost ready to do another pass. Come on. Go. Very good. So there's 3. Now we set the input to 3. That should be our new source. And then we hit bounce once more. We're going to keep doing this until we... Okay, that's kind of funny. We're stacking up the titles, aren't we? Noise for echo 4. Boom, go. If I can make this work, I can have a bunch of different stacks. So we're going to have as many instances of feeding the same signal through the tape machine again and again and again and again. There was a classic piece of experimental music like that. I don't remember what it is right now because I'm way too distracted by this. But there was a classic piece of instrumental music like that. Or not experimental, not instrumental, because it was a voice. And it was a voice being re-recorded on tape over and over again. I think it was I Am Sitting in a Room. That feels about right. And a guy was in a room acoustic, and he was like, I am sitting in a room. And he did a little monologue. And then they played that back through speakers and used the same mic and recorded it again. And then they played that back through speakers. So this is like I'm sitting in a tape machine. And I'm just continually pumping through the previous recording through the machine again, over and over. And then I'll download all the results when I'm done. And then we're going to jump on to the Telefunken version and do the same thing. Because we have the initial clean take on the Telefunken version. We should probably also be able to get a good picture of cumulative tape noise this way as well. And there'll be, and once we finished and downloaded all the stuff, we can derp around studying and exploring these all we want, measuring anything that we want, listening to how the the tape wobble, the flutter, builds up upon itself, because the flutter is going to get worse every time. And it's not going to get worse in the sense of putting sticky tape on the capstan kind of thing, where it's obviously you're doing evil things to the tape, but it will get worse because it'll get a little bit more each time. And yeah, Florian is absolutely correct that another piece that literally uses tape degradation is disintegration loops, which is a very cool piece. I think it's pianos and stuff. And it's intentionally using such old tape that the more you play it, the stuff starts coming off the tape as they're continuing playing it. And yeah, that's a very cool piece. I've listened to it sometimes, although I don't know I can't think of the last time that I actually put it on and listened to it all the way through. I would have been finding it on YouTube. But it's the kind of thing that I would listen to. I think it's one of those really long form ones, like Caretaker works. And we're coming up to our next pass, if I am not mistaken. And then once we finish with that, we have probably got just enough tokens to use the Telefunken machine in exactly this way. Each time we're going to see how many we can make happen. I'm also curious as to know if I do a bounce and the bounce is still happening as I run out of time, what happens? And I think that's worth finding out. So close. Now we are using noise for echo 4 as the source, as our levels. Good enough, let's roll. And we take out some of this stuff and we call it noise for echo 5. I'm going to do that. I'm going to find out for you what happens if you do the thing. And we're just going to keep doing this over and over on the assumption that as we set up the sources, it's playing the sources from digital files. And that means we can pick basically anything that we want. And this also means, like my file here, this is the original. It's 3 minutes and 25 seconds, including all the different bits. And this is what I used for the reverbs. So we've got stuff like Alien Kittens, Discord Welcome Home, drums. We can test crosstalk, because it does the crosstalk thing. This is the original thing with the DI guitar. Then we have the shorter DI guitar, which only matters in like reverbs. A drum hit. Sort of repeating some of these things around a little bit, but that's fine. We've got 2 ramps, and that's showing how much DC hangs on to the audio, because digital stuff can do this, but the analog machines totally cannot. We've got a sine sweep, we've got a sine wave, and sort of all of the above. Oh no, what's happening, Crappy Blonde, and we're going to experience this. I don't know how severe it will be. I know that I'm going to be able to do 2 passes, and this is the most recent pass. I'm going to try to do another one, but I think it is very likely that it's going to hit rewind, because that's been happening literally every time I tried to do this. So they don't have to keep changing the spool. They have like solenoids and things to hit start buttons and so on. These are machines that have remote controls anyhow. And it's almost certainly not running when not in use. Whether it's running this entire time, I honestly don't know. Oh yeah, no, Caretaker stuff is completely full of digital manipulations. But rather than change the spool, what will happen is the system will hit rewind, and it's set up so that it spools it back and it spools it back on your dime. Like it looks very much like we are literally running out of time. Under no circumstances will we be able to get an entire pass. And they'll let you extend the session, but we no longer have enough time for a full pass. So the next thing I'm going to do is pick the one that I'm creating now. I'm going to go for a bounce, and I'm going to see what it does when it runs out of time. When it's doing a bounce and the time's up. Because in theory, this is one physical machine that's being switched around among different people. Okay, let's go. And we're going to close, please. And we're going to hit 5 and immediately hit bounce. I'm not even going to check. I'm not even going to edit anything. And now we're going to, because it has not said we're rewinding. And that's interesting. It did before. So we now have a 3-minute track and only 1 minute and 55 seconds to do it. So we're going to find out what they do. What do they do when you have a bounce underway and you run out of time? Because there are many possibilities. One of them is they extend the session without asking. They could just make you book another session. If they do that, I'll just basically, I don't know, keep doing loops of it. I'm happy enough to have the Studer be the main one. If they cut you off, that's also useful to know about. So we're doing a test here. Another possibility is that the dialog bar here, and it's not a dialog, it's a progress bar here, is synchronized to the amount of time left. That's plausible. They could simply give me a partial recording, because there's nothing stopping that. There's nothing stopping you from setting it so that it does that, and then we're making noise for echo 6, and we don't have enough time to actually finish it. So they could just run right up to the wire and then switch over to the next session. The system would be capable of doing that. It's going to be really interesting to find out, and well worth knowing. Because like I'm doing this testing for you so that you don't have to. We're going to find out what they do when we run out of time in the session and we've got a bounce underway. Because technically, if there was somebody else booking a session, they can't keep going. 3, 2, 1, 0. Interesting. Okay. Let's go to my files. Let's see what they did. Aha. Yeah. Noise for echo 6, incomplete 63%. I can still download what I got, and that'll be quite interesting to do. But they didn't finish it. They switched away. That's cool and interesting to know about. That means they didn't hit you for extra money, but if you're playing it too close to the wire, you can end up with an incomplete file. You need to have to start over if you wanted to do it. That's actually the best possible approach. What do you mean, Crappy Blonde? Do you think it would be better if they just charged you more? Supposing you were booking something and somebody else was in the time slot immediately afterwards, should you go into their time? Would that be fair? No, this is actually the best outcome for if they're an honorable system that's not trying to rip anybody off and is behaving correctly and normally. That's what it should be doing. Let me clean up some of these file names because they're dumb. So there's 3. There's 4. Download's nice and quick, at least. Here's 5. And then 6 is the incomplete. where I do need to edit some bits of it. They even calculated how much of it was incomplete. That's cool. Oh, I got it literally in exactly what I paid for, not a bit more. But also not a bit less, because they didn't hit either, like I didn't give them access to my credit card. That would be the scary one, is if you're derping around and they're going, up, we had to rewind in the middle of this and therefore we're booking you another section, and then they go to the credit card. That would be scary. Because then if you had a dark pattern, like the session finishes and they put up a thing saying, hit this button to stop, otherwise we're just going to keep rebooking you, and like you wandered away from the keyboard, you'd be in big trouble because you'd be continually rebooked. But yeah. Oh, no, we got a prompt the whole time. I'll show you the next session, because we're finishing up this with the well, firstly, we've got these. These are the ones that we just made. It's the Telefunken, first Telefunken. We're just going to kind of stack these up on my screen so I can see them. And I'm perfectly happy to delete these, because I have got these recorded now to my computer and I don't need to worry about that again. I don't know how much space I get to take up on their servers here. I'm paying for it, but I am not going to really test that assumption. And now we're going to go for another. See, when it says duplicate, I don't understand what that means, because now I'm just having to go through this again. See, and here are some of their options. You've got a apparently a cheap compressor. We've got bundles of things that they can hook together. That seems fine. The way their system works, they could easily have these with like relays and stuff in there, so that it is actually an analog chain and it's not going back into digital between each stage. That would honestly be the strongest thing they could be doing. So, yeah, Pultec and LA2A. Indeed. And then again, all of this kind of stuff, where in theory, what you're able to do here is link these together using relays or something, so that the path, and again, you got to be careful with that kind of stuff too. Like, this is not necessarily as good as if you had all of the gear yourself, and I'll tell you why. Because I had have a pedal board for guitar stomp boxes, and it's the older guy in that pedal show makes these things and uses them for their stuff, and I own a couple of them. I've got one of them set up over there under my Rhodes for doing various sounds. And I had an even larger one set up on quite a large pedal board, and I used their kind of hookup cable and everything. The power is actually quite good. You have to pay for each little power module, but the power for the pedals is really quite good. Yeah, GigRig, that's the one. GigRig switching networks and pedal board switchers. So here's the thing. I had the giant pedal board for my guitar, and I was able to switch in all the different stuff, and it was all very delightful and stuff. And then I found that if I plugged the guitar directly into the amp, it was way better. And that's because it was running through so many little relays that it ended up taking a toll. Like, I had too big of a pedal board, and I'm not the kind of guitar player where I really need to make a sound out of entirely different pedals, always in different combinations. No, instead I wanted a lot of edge, and found that I was getting a way better result out of just going directly into the pedal with a cable and directly from the pedal to the amp. Even though these pedal boards are that good, and there's others that are way worse, these are the best you can get, but it's still better to run straight into the amp with a cable. And that's what you're running into with this, unless they invest in like separate chains as chains. You probably can run through any of these individual things and not all the others. And that would involve like an elaborate computerized switching network, if not returning to digital between every stage. And returning to digital between every stage would be lame. So I don't think they're doing that. It would be just such a swing and a miss. But if they're doing the switching systems, you're still paying a little bit of a price. We've got some preamps, like a Neve. Oh, a rebuilt Neve, so it's not an original Neve. We've got a tube thing, so that's fine. We've got various compressors and things. A fancy, well, all of these are like rebuilt. I don't see any of the real deal stuff there, which is fine. It's like not everything has to be everything. They've got some boutique gear. They just don't seem to have vintage gear exactly. This might be. Might have come up with one of that. 1176 is not a limiter. I don't know what they're talking about there. This might be. They don't have like saturator. Some of these things fit in multiple categories apparently. And here's our tape decks again. We're going to be doing stuff with those. Weird. I would have thought that they would have something along the lines of a Massivo Passivo, but apparently not. So analog EQs. That's designed to look more like a Massivo. And we're going to use this. And then I have no idea what Shudettes is supposed to mean. So now we're going after the Telefunken. It's 1010 already, so we're going to select 1015. And that's going to burn all the rest of my credits for all practical purposes. And then we're going to go for the Telefunken option and start running that through in multiple ways. And that's probably going to give us either 3 or 4. Hang on. Okay. I got these on my desktop upside down. There's no real harm in that, but I'll go and fix it up later. Don't really need to be worrying about that right now. I have to have my wits about me because at 4 minutes I'm on and ready to start using their machines. That's the thing. That's what'll get you. Is if you're used to being in a DAW and just fiddling with stuff and being like, but what does it sound like with this EQ? Or maybe I prefer this EQ better. No. Let's put back that EQ. If you do that, you will burn all your money in the system real quick. And for some people, that'll be fine. It's certainly over my budget. I wouldn't be able to work with this. Thing is, I'm old enough I have not actually worked in for-pay studios where it's like $150 an hour, you show up and you do your thing, and you'd better get it right. I have not worked in that context, but that used to be the main way of dealing with things. And this ends up becoming a very similar kind of dynamic. It's like, okay, my session is booked and it starts in 3 minutes and I have to be ready to do all the things exactly correctly, and then I'll be done. And then I'll turn around and look at all the files I've made, download them, and we'll see what we get. We can very likely get another like tail end version of the track, because we're doing the Telefunken M15 this time. That's probably going to be more of a vintage retro styly sound. We'll see, because we're going to be able to compare like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 generations of re-recording a tape over and over again. And then, yeah. So John Daub, I don't think that's likely. I don't think they're an entire pile of fakeness with plugins. Rebuilt means they don't actually have vintage gear, and that might be all to the good in a way, because that means that their stuff is less likely to burn out, fail, sputter, do whatever. There's bad things that happen with vintage gear, even if it sounds neat. You might have like funny pops from the capacitors or something like that. So having it be remanufactured means it's no longer the collectible gear, but it might stand up better to a situation like this. It actually makes it a little more plausible that they're willing to say that, and they say that that's what they've got. Because nothing's really stopping them from saying, oh yeah, this is a vintage piece. It's exactly the way that it was back in the day. But they're not. There's stuff that they could claim if they were making everything up. That would be like, I was looking for a Manly Massive Passive. You can buy those, but they don't have one. And you could just as easily claim that you did. The missing pieces are the ones that jump out to me. Because there's very obvious calls. Like, supposing they claimed they had a Fairchild 670, that would be deeply implausible. But boy, would it be exciting. I'd run stuff through that if they had one of those, but they don't. They don't. They're not even claiming to. And we are going to be on momentarily. And we cannot even extend the session at this stage because we don't have enough money. We don't have enough Mixanalog bucks. Ready to roll. Off we go. So our source is going to be Noise for Echo Wave Telefunken M15. Let's just check and make sure that the levels are okay. Come on, are you rewinding? What are you doing? Good, baby. Ah, see, it's popping and doing weird things occasionally. This one doesn't like to start up very much. It seems like this one acts a little weird. So we're going to dial back that name, and we're going to call this Noise for Echo 3. We're probably going to end up renaming that, but I'm used to calling it that at the moment. It's just me compensating for the fact that I called the high gain level one Noise for Echo 2, and I'll show you each of those once we're done. So since I already have one called Noise for Echo 2, we're calling it Noise for Echo 3, 4, 5, etc. But it's not really. Instead, it's just we'll rename things eventually. We'll figure out what we're doing eventually. But yeah, so the question is, can we, I wonder if they're going to give the option of extend the session when I know I don't have enough tokens. That would be interesting. if they don't give you the option to extend the session unless you have tokens that would do it. I guess we'll find out, because that would be awkward. It's like, extend the session. Oh, hey, you didn't actually have enough tokens. Never mind, because again, it does put up a little button saying that. It does put up a little button saying, do you want to go more? And I bet the button doesn't come up if somebody else has booked the next session. I mean, there could even have been somebody in there, which is why it was popping and acting a little weird. And yeah, it's all about, in this environment, it's not dissimilar to booking sessions at a big studio where it's like, you're on the clock. The money is pouring away at an extraordinary rate, and you're going to just sort of, make the right choice, stick with it, and do the best you've got. And yeah, that's Florian. We'll find out if the tape breaks. If the tape breaks, we'll suddenly not have output. It'll all go horribly wrong. Tape, on the other hand, is relatively reliable. Like if you've had a cassette deck, if you're old enough to where one of the ways you listen to music was with a cassette deck or something like that, how many hours have you spent just not even thinking about the fact that that was what you were playing? And the quick answer, Medi, absolutely not. That's not what Consolidate is for. The fact that it has trim controls only exists because it was possible to do it in such a way where it would completely and totally bypass itself on a per buffer level if it wasn't actually in use. That's going to be 100% no. But I will make you a high pass and low pass if you like. That's one of the plugins coming out soon. If you like high passes and low passes, I have one coming out that will end up being included in Consolidate that you might like. So how's about that? I realize that's maybe not exactly what you had in mind, but that's the answer, and we're up. Another section. So we switch the source from the original one to this one. I guess I can check it to see whether the levels are creeping around. Yeah, that can get a little bit louder. Our balance is off. Interesting. We have to adjust the side-to-side balance because it's not perfectly set up, is it? It's a little bit off. Let's go and immediately bounce this now that we have sorted that part out. That's more evidence to the argument that it is in fact an analog machine. No auto gain. It is because the channels are out of balance, because an analog machine is not likely to be perfectly aligned so that you can stack it up upon itself and it'll keep perfect volume levels each time. It's much more likely that this is the real deal, the fact that it's drifting. The channels are drifting. Yeah. And Mehdi, don't be put off by the fact that I can answer you quickly, even abruptly, because in some cases I've been asked things like that many times before, and in some cases I know very clearly the intention through which I do things or have something like one of the big things about Consolidated is that it is meant to be a machine designed by Bacon Paul of the Surge Synthesizer thing that gets to run with me inputting new plugins into it, but he doesn't have to work on it anymore unless something breaks and goes wrong. That's actually fairly important, that I can continue like coding a new plugin, putting it in, making sure that it fits with the conditions under which Consolidated operates, and then I go and hit a button and his system spits out a new plugin that supports the new thing that I've just added, and it just works and runs fine each time. And it's really important that I get to, after the work that he's done, leave him alone so that he can then go and work more on the synthesizer, work more on his YouTube channel has just posted a spaceship ambience thing that he did in VCV Rack. And I was delighted to see that he used a couple of my plugins in there, and that was very nice. A lot of Surge plugins, obviously. He used a couple of my the Airwindows VCV Rack modules in there, and that was very nice to see. And yeah. So the neat thing about all of this is being able to work in a community where people can make stuff like that happen. I can tell you a further, have you ever heard of the hardware Eurorack module manufacturer 4MS? You ever heard of those guys? They have a sort of software plugin platform coming out for Eurorack. They've done many things. They're not new to Eurorack stuff, but they have this hardware platform coming out, and they've written their own little plugins. And somebody came around to the VCV Rack thing for Consolidated and went, so could you put this Consolidated like into one of our modules? Like, could we have, let me do this next bit first. I'll get back to that in a moment. Boom. Close. 4. Let's see how the levels go. Good enough. And boom, another. This one called 5. Yeah, they do Eurorack things like my modules here. A guy came around and went, could we put this Consolidated plugin like into our hardware Eurorack module? And Paul fielded the questions, and there were many questions. And he was like, I'm not sure if you want to use this. Maybe you want to use the library that I've also made possible, where you can load up all of the DSP for Chris's entire library and use that, as long as you can make something where controls and stuff. This is a Eurorack module with, like, I think a little touchscreen or something, and inputs and outputs and stuff. And the guy is in the process of doing it, meaning that there's going to be a 4MS, or maybe already is, but it's being, this new thing's being added, a 4MS sort of little digital audio processor module, a hardware Eurorack module. And they are looking at being able to add my entire library. And I'm going to have to remind them, like, yeah, keep posted, because there's going to be new things every week. You might not really be up to speed with the reality of that. Oh, and I'm getting a warning about not being able to make it download. That's fine. I don't make downloads in the session. It's all being stored on a server. So yeah, like all of my recent stuff, like DRes 3, Flutter 2, the most recent Cathedral Reverb. Yeah, 4MS. I think it's 4 as the numeral 4. Yeah, Sweeter knows. All of that may be available. And I think it's running like, I'm not sure if it's 2496, but it's 24-bit. And all of that will be available in Eurorack, to the extent that they can keep up with my release schedule. You'll have Eurorack stuff with the most recent Airwindows stuff, depending upon how good they are at being able to do that and how easy it is to update. Like, you probably have to remove it from the rack to update, how much space they have in there. Because that's the thing, is it might be a concern of them not being able to fit enough space. So, although I'm not sure how much of a problem that is, because consolidated in the VCV Rack version don't take very much space for the actual code. That's part of why it's a nice thing, is the actual DSP algorithms, once you compress them down and build them into a thing, that doesn't take that much space. And you could probably, and I'm sure they would, strip out the Airwindopedia and not have to deal with like displaying text on their screen. And if you just get to select different Airwindows patches, up and up for one more go, we'll see how much of it we can get. Probably 63% again, or maybe less. Here's number 5, and immediately go for bounce, not even check. And we're going to do another one of those ones where we're going to have a little leftover scrap of a final pass through the whole thing. And then once I'm finished doing that, I'm going to put on some music, close this page, and go make a cup of coffee. Because my cup of coffee this morning was actually quite early. But yeah, this was a fun way to spend like $15 of tokens at Mixanalog. I probably don't need to come back. This is probably as much as I've got. It would be extremely funny if you could book a session where you ran through both of the tape decks in sequence. I don't know if that's really possible. It would be pretty funny. Because if they are physical objects, what I'm doing is the only way that you can run through each of them repeatedly. You could not stack up a bunch of them because they don't have a bunch of them. They have only one of each, and you book your time on it. Not that people are really booking that much time on it. What do you mean by royalties? You don't understand things very well, man. Do you not understand open source and MIT license? And I'm only being crass to you because I've seen you around so much. Obviously, you're a stream friend and you're one of my favorite people coming, but what the heck are you talking about royalties, man? It's open source. Like, it's MIT license. You don't get much freer than that. There is no reason for, like, if they're really excited, they can give me one of their plugins. Or they can give me one of their modules. They don't even need to do that. Oh yeah, you would absolutely get modular Stonefire. Now control, that's up to what people do with your rack controls, but you would absolutely be able to do Stonefire. Maybe you'd even be able to do something interesting where you got, like, I don't think they have enough outputs, and I don't know if they have any way of making it so that you do it as a splitter. And we're done. Except for we got to download these files now. So we've got Telefunken 2, now we get Telefunken 3. And once we're finished with that stuff, then we get to go and, well, then I get to go and make a cup of coffee, first of all. 4. Oh, and I didn't even update well, that's fine. I'll do it while downloading. And again, it made it to like 65%. Seems legit. I was in such haste that I did not do this bit properly. Boop. And let's double check. Yeah, 6. Good. And then I will clear all of this stuff off of their server because I am satisfied with where this has gone, including even this one, because I don't think I need it for anything else at this stage. Well, no, let's leave it. This was my test file, so I'll take that one and leave it. But I'll clear the rest of the stuff out the server because I don't really need to keep it there. They can have server space, and I don't have to use it up unneedingly. I will also demonstrate the thing that I observed before. You can try to delete this, but it won't let you. Watch this. Oh, something broke. How about this? Can I delete that? Nope, something broke. So that's probably linked to some other file somewhere. Medi, try them and find out. It is not a given. It'll depend upon the plugin. It'll depend upon what you're trying to do. That's really the only answer. So yeah. I feel like we are done here. Nope. Yeah, well, I mean, Crappy Blonde, the thing about that is if you've been away for a long time, then that is good news, because now you know that you can have any of the plugins I'm working on for free because they're all open source. And you can even, if you code, you can use the stuff. And yeah, I'm going to try to remind myself to be gentle, because I feel like I'm a little more snappy today than usual. Can't imagine why. Not like exciting things are happening in the world or anything. You know, inspiring maybe. I could well go and say that there are cool things happening in the world, but yeah, you could call it stressful. Here's what we just made. So this is the sound of many stages of, oh, and this is the one that's incomplete. You can see how incomplete it is. Many stages of Studer. Like 6 layers of Studer, or 5 actually. Whereas if we go here, this one's complete, so we can see what it sounds like to have multiple stacks of flutter. Yeah, don't worry about it, Crappy Blonde, we're good. I think that's plausible. I plainly hear that wobbling and wavering. It's got a little bit more of a wow factor to it than just a flutter factor with that many stages. And here is many instances of head bump. There we are. We got a kick drum out of it. I'll make that available for people. Here's another. Head bump kick drum. Hey, head bump kick drum, head bump kick drum, head bump kick drum, head bump kick drum. And now we have an entirely different tape deck. Firstly, many stages of Ailing Kittens. Interesting things happen with the hats and stuff. Oh, and we have the many stages headbutt kick drum for this one too. What happens with this part where it got weird? Seems to be about normal again. Then this is the opposite polarity. What an interesting thing it does. Look at that. It is a single spike on the onset, but it's turned into something completely different and wildly dissimilar on each channel too. So that is the Telefunken machine through multiple stages, and it's making a click that's completely different on each side. Now, if you had a plugin, it wouldn't be doing that. There would be no reason to program anything to do this. This is akin to how analog gear is just flaky and strange. It sounds quite normal, but You zoom in. Airwindows.com, Florian? One of those simple question, simple answer things. Okay, here. Flutter on the Telefunken like 5 times over. That's actually pretty stable. That's pretty stable. Oh, but no. No, it wobbled. Interesting. Yeah, I heard that. Here's our tone sweep. That was a weird onset. Was doing some pretty funky things up here when the frequency was exceptionally high. It's like a hook tui. Whereas the Studer, with that many instances, does this. Interesting. So that Telefunken is pushing way more high frequencies, but doing something with them. Whereas the Studer is darker. And it's dropping back to just a fairly saturated. You can kind of see the saturation a little bit. Something kind of interesting happened on a hangout that I'm at, where a guy that is noted for doing amazing emulations of things posted some pictures of stuff that he was doing. I've got it here. So this guy was doing this work, and he is analyzing how simple filter and distortion networks operate. And that's a diode with a diode network with a cap on it, and he's modeling those things. So what you have with a relatively clean signal is the various traces are voltages at different points of the circuit. But then he starts distorting it and finds that it does this thing. The bottom one that you look at, I am a little bit mysterious as to what the heck some of these things represent. They are said to be accurate representations of voltages in a modern modeled circuit. And the input is going to be that sign, and then we're distorting it. And I believe the output is the blue. It's probably accurate as far as time is concerned. So what we're looking at is with that, the diodes and capacitors, and not distorting things, or barely distorting things. On the top, that blue trace is slightly delayed from the input trace. There's the tiniest little bit of delay in there. And I bet you that is accurately represented. But then when you start distorting it, the interesting thing there is you look at the input, you've got your delay, you've got where it's distorted, but look at what's happening to the shape. If it's possible to see that, like over this area. That blue shape is not symmetrical at all. At all. It is sort of delaying different waveforms and the way the diodes interact with charging the capacitor. And it gives rise to what is clearly a distorted waveform, but the particular kind, it also looks relatively symmetrical, looks symmetrical enough to me, but the onset is a steeper angle than the offset. It zooms up, and then it makes kind of a sharp corner when it starts distorting, and then it's a softer corner as it swoops back down again. And so I went, oh, dude, that's really cool. That's super interesting. Very, very neat. Do you have any objection to if I do some kind of code hack in order to be able to mimic that kind of shape in very few lines of code, as I am wont to do? And the guy's response was, I have all the code in my paper with all this mathematics for how it is properly modeled. Use that. So it's like, okay, thanks, dude. That's fine. I'm still going to do my own version of it, though. Thank you very much. I bet that there is a varying effect depending upon what frequency you're at. He didn't answer that because he was like, oh, no, use my code. I'm the authority on this, so you need to use my code, which is very likely very complicated and mathematical. But I would rather just look at this and go, that's a funny thing to make a wave do. What could I do to make something do that without doing all the fancy math? And if I was able to do it and accurately get that result, wouldn't that be neat? Because this is the same conversation where people were talking about doing limiting and stuff. And one guy was like, oh yeah, no, the thing that I'm using is like thus and so limiter. I think it was 80 clip 7 into Voxengo Elephant. And I was like, oh, that was so nice. These incredibly, well, some of them wealthy, but these incredibly capable, mathematically minded people and so on. And suddenly they're popping up going like, oh yeah, no, 80 clip 7. I use that. That's the best thing. And it was so nice to see. And this is the same crowd in which this guy is, where he's like, oh no, you should just use my code. So I feel almost like now the challenge is on. The challenge is on. I need to write code that will do this blue waveform with just like a couple of variables and hacking it into existence. Because if I can match the behavior, it's just as good. I don't have to do it by modeling all of those analog electronic parts. It's about making the waveform. And if you can make the waveform and even do it with fewer calculations, that's all you need. But that's a whole other story. So I said I was going to like look at some of these things. For instance, like here's the Telefunken. It's very stable, by the way. The Telefunken appears to be a very stable waveform. Here's the Telefunken with only one level of head bump. So on and so forth. Here's the Telefunken distorted. You can plainly hear, like I can even measure this in span. It's a bit of a pity about the Voxengo guy. I love spam. The guy is a little more questionable than one would hope. I'm not going to go into detail about it. So yeah, that's the harmonics from doing a loud amount of heavy distortion into one stage of a Telefunken tape deck. Is that we're getting a little bit of odd harmonic, but on the whole it's like, okay, a couple of harmonics and then we kind of bleed off. And we can even, well, I mean, we could look at the Studer too, but we could also look at a less distorted version and see how that acts, because again, we are going to be looking at, see? So it's just a tape deck. So even at a quiet level, we're still looking at some stuff going on here. We've still got a few harmonics even without pushing the level that much. We got a little interaction with the bias tone, most likely. We've got hiss. We've got all of the analog things that you might expect. And that's to be expected. That is accurate for the kind of thing that you might run into. And we can do exactly the same thing with many, many stages. Mostly what we see here is more in the way of harmonics. The amount of noise and stuff isn't that wildly different though, because it's not that high volume. It's a fairly mellow volume. And yeah. So I get to go and make a cup of coffee now, and then we're going to start fooling with some other things. So let's fire up a track that I might actually end up wanting to remix if I'm able to make the new version of ToTape be really truly as amazing as I would like. I feel like that might actually be a thing where I'll start actually using that, because some of the stuff that it does is too good to miss. Depends. I will have to see. And we've also got some busy work to do around meter. I have more songs to measure and rate, so it depends upon what we end up doing. I do know that we are going to be doing some of the W2. W2 is coming. I feel like I really should put it out this coming weekend, unless something else, like the high pass and low pass that somebody was looking for Consolidated to have. If you really want, I could give you a high pass and low pass coming week. But W2 might be much bigger of a deal. And I have to do my usual thing with SWB audio capture and fiddling with OBS, as I always have to do. I have to reset it to that. And I will be back with a cup of coffee. This has been an interesting day of fooling with virtually remote tape machines. And what comes afterwards is a bunch of interesting measurement and using them as audio references to what I'm trying to do with the plugins. And first we got to make all of the plugins that go into it. So we'll go from there. Back in a bit. So I wonder whether, as long as I've got that up, want to hear any of these piped through to the stream? We just made them. I paid for them. I can play them for you. Let's see whether we can't do that. So a little A/B testing. Although I would like to rename some of these things. Maybe this is a fine time to do it. And maybe it would be good to put these into a folder, of which I will have to create one. Where did that create it? Did it create it? Oh no, we're in OBS, so I just hit a key control thingy, which I have no idea what it did, if anything. That's bad. I wanted to make this. Untitled folder. So if I put it like that, now we have a little more access to this stuff, in that I can see what it's doing. So we're going to call these ones loud. Where's the other one? Where's the Telefunken? There it is. Come on, there you go. We're good. Noise for Telefunken loud. because the ones are numbered 2 are actually the ones where I just slammed the tape, and that's different from everything else I did. So, and then we can investigate what happened and what's different and what changed. So noise for Studer 1x. Noise for Telefunken 1x. So this may be a distraction from what I was previously doing, but it's also fairly important in its own right, in that you got to be able to do things like this to keep things organized so that you can create and work effectively. That's why I'm sharing it on stream. So Studer 2x. And Studer 3x. And lastly, the 5x, which is incomplete. And then Telefunken 2x. There we go. And 3x. We are observing that using, if Mixanalog is to be believed, real tape machines. And lastly, the 5x, which is incomplete. So, doing a little observing here. From direct to recorded. Interesting. So it's come down so far, but some of the instruments feel like they're about the same level. This is again 5x versus 1x. That synth ended up being the same volume level each time, kind of. That's interesting. Heavy music. So 5x is kind of a lot. That's many levels of distortion and crunch. Although it's interesting how it shapes up. Like this is a far cry from just plain flat topping. It's kind of not. We're kind of not seeing flat topping here. Our loudest peaks are really quite not flat toppy at all, and that's interesting. And that's 5 instances of Studer. If we go to just 1 instance of Studer, the loudness levels feel kind of comparable, but boy, is that a different waveform. Not really. I mean, it's not really a loudness comparable because it's way the heck quieter. It's like 6 dB quieter, but it doesn't feel 6 dB quieter. Let's go and find some isolated bits of waveform to compare. We should be able to do that. Like here we are looking at the same thing. We should be able to go to exactly the same instant and find exactly the same waveform with a little bit of latency. Latency is going to be an issue. So what are we looking at here? How about this? How about that? That is at 33.31 seconds. That's going to be the same as this. So there's clearly latency there. And I believe I have found and identified the same bit of waveform. Right there. So I think one of the factors getting involved here is we're cutting low frequencies. We're definitely cutting low frequencies in here. There's a band passing effect. Funnily enough, though, it feels like some of these waveforms, I'm trying to figure out how much of this can be attributed to simple band passing. Again, if I can make a plugin that absolutely nails this, you'd be able to take the one on the bottom and run it through the plugin and get what the one on the top has. And it's just kind of interesting how these waveforms are changing in shape and size. Like with this one, the tip of these peaks sort of goes upwards in this trajectory. And we've got this base area here, it's carrying some weight. With this one, it's very centered, and it's not going upwards in trajectory. Instead, it's going down in trajectory. And then this part here, the waveform continues to go down, but in this one, it's flat. It's really band passing a whole bunch, even though there is a bass boost with the head bump. The head bump is almost completely being, like, there's other stuff we can do too. We can look at the spectral. With that, and then we can look at the spectral of this. Ooh, interesting. Looky there. Up at 40K. And I'm not sure how much this is acting like it's actually done a 96K pass. I thought they weren't willing to do that. But if they were willing to do 96K and run that through their system, rather than converting it, what we're seeing is a bias tone. Bias tone. 96K. And that's what that looks like. Compared to and of course, this wasn't originally a 96K track. This was originally a lower sample rate. So all the interesting things, really. And then we can also load a effect stack where we can see what each of these things do on Airwindows meter. Because, of course, we want to see that. And our originally one. Although granted, that's a wee bit distorted. But then the one generation of tape. One relevant thing to notice here is even if your amplitude goes down, that doesn't necessarily change the trajectory of the hit record meter. It's not a louder is better meter. It's reading density of the peaks. Although the peaks being up towards the top does get you a little something, but this is very similar in trajectory to the other one. And that's kind of interesting. I do think we're losing a little something in terms of the mismatch in amplitude, though. For that reason, I'm going to fuss with this as follows. I'm going to take a minute. I have to remember not to save this. But this one peaks at -6. So if I make this one peak at -6, now they're comparable volume. Although I can do a little test on that. RMS LUFS -15.37. -15.29. That's close. That's close. It took the whole thing down about 6 dB. So now we can go back. And you know what? As long as we're fooling around with things like this. Cut. Close. Paste. And I'll just remember not to save it, because that would be unfortunate. So now we're going back and forth between Studer and regular. Oh, and I have content hide on. And we're just taking turns. To see whether anything changes. We're going to go to the end of the minute and we'll stop. So what can we see here? Alternating between a completely digital mix. Granted, it's an Airwindows digital mix, but a completely digital mix. And literally the same thing, but through a Studer. Well, consistently, when you compare like these things, this is the original digital mix and this is the Studer mix. It is bringing things closer to that optimal stage where the brightness is more like the line goes blue when the brightness balances peaks perfectly. Another interesting thing I observe is that on the original one, all the peaks are going straight up to as loud as they can get. We can look at this, and this is the 6 dB down point. And it's a dense little area going right up to this point. But not this. Not this. The top graph dots are straight lines on the first one, and then when we go through the Studer, it's level matched correctly. It's no longer a straight line, but it's also throwing more in the way of those blue dots. They are registering more relevantly, they're registering more significantly than they are in the unprocessed one. That's interesting. I'm going to see whether I can see any difference in the, like let's look closely at this. In fact, you know what I can do? Check this out. Let us indeed look closely at these things. So closely that we're going to zoom right in. And grab a picture of them and then zoom them in. So done with Twisted Wave, except for it's going to ask whether I want to save. I very much do not. This is what we had. So you can see how these dots are not as much of a straight line across the top edge. Instead, they're more of our little cloud with stuff poking out and then stuff not poking out. The points in the RMS meter are poking out more on the digital mix, but they're smoothed off more. It's a steadier flow on the Studer. The arrangement of slew here, let's see. It's all still basically in the zone, because that was the intention. But the amount to which it's in the zone determines the size of those blue dots. It's clearly doing that a lot more, the second one, which is the Studer, implying that what we've got going on there is benefiting that. Well, there's an idea. And then you can't really see terribly well because I can't scroll it up far enough, but I can do this with it. And so this is the digital mix, and this is the the Studer. And the zero cross is basically the same, but it's the bandwidth is gonna be a little tighter. And the positioning of these black dots are not the same as they were in the first. That's been changed completely. So yeah, so there's a thing. And let's go and do exactly that thing. Exactly the thing that Blue Baggins suggested. We're going to fire this up. Don't know if we need drums, but let's just grab a chunk of this. Now we don't have to worry about pastings and things. And let's make a little cross-reference thingy. that we can use and indeed measure. Oh, but first, remember we need to cut the level. These are all going to be about 6 dB down. So, Studer. Telefunken. Telefunken's quieter. Let's see whether we need to adjust it. A little quick analyze. LUFS 16 down, so I could do with adding about a dB to it in order to make it work the same. I'm going to guess 1.1. I think I was wrong. I think I need to add a little tiny bit more. Telephone. And while we're at it, let's throw in even more comparisons by doing many different, we'll go to the 5x's. I think I've got it. Yeah. So many dubs. It's kind of nice the way that we can do this many of these, because that's what happens when they were making records initially. You would wind up with like a record being pressed off of some tape that had been sent from somewhere else overseas or whatever, and stuff would be made off of all these tapes that were dubbed from all these other tapes and so on and so forth. So now if I close this and this, we've got direct, Studer, Telefunken, 5x Studer, 5x Telefunken. And let's see what we got. You can watch the little line move across up there. And there you have it. So that's interesting. So the differences between these things are pretty distinct. The direct one is clearly on the bright side and so on. Studer is dark, Studer stays dark. Even 5x Studer stays dark. The Telefunken is a little brighter and zippier, but it doesn't affect things that much the first time around. And then our 5x's are definitely becoming a little bit louder, more and a little bit louder. The adjustment that I made is probably doesn't need to be done. And then the 5x Telefunken is throwing more and more brightness on. And we can also sort of continue with this while playing with a span and watching it as a continuous flow. So there's our original. One studio. One telephone. Oh, interesting. We don't get the bias tone this time. Louder bias tone in the studio. Big old lift around for the telephone. Also notice we had background bass on the Telefunken. So Studer, you can tell it's the Studer because you've got that bias tone in there. And that implies that we are recording this at 96K, and that's nice. Extra dark Studer. Extra bright Telefunken. Very interesting. Very interesting. So it looks like what we're going to be able to do is kind of sort out two basic flavors of tape behavior. And one of the possibilities we need to leave available is the idea, and I wonder whether, like, here's the thing. Bias matters with tapes. Bias matters. The amplitude of that tone has a lot to do with the sound. And you probably should be picking up a hint of that tone. To my knowledge, if you overbias, suggesting that the Studer is slightly overbiased, it's going to soften and darken the sound. I'm going to take a moment and look that up. I think I'm right. So this ought to have, here's a site called TapeHeads that are probably all interested in doing stuff. And here is a underbias advocate of some kind. Underbias to give a brighter sound, which is exactly what we're observing on the Telefunken. Yeah, so we have two different tape control things, and the Studer that we have available, which if this is exciting to you, you can go and join those places as well. I have determined that it's expensive to do this, but they seem honest enough, and that is absolutely consistent with real tape decks acting in this particular way. So, and not only that, my cassette deck has a bias control. We can do some playing with that maybe a bit later, although I do still want to get W2 ready to be released this coming weekend. But further explorations into this could well involve me busting out the cassette deck that I've got, which has a bias control, and we can play with that and learn how that works on a much slower, much junkier tape recording. But we can plainly see in our measurements here, not that we can see it here, but we saw it in span, that when the bias tone was showing up on the meter, and we're clearly capturing it 96K, so that's cool too. When the bias control is showing up on the meter, we get a darker sound. When with the Telefunken, there was not even the hint of the bias tone showing up, that would imply that that was on the underbiased side, and it sure as heck was giving us a brighter sound. So the question then becomes, let's close some of this. Do we see anything interesting in the waveform? Like, what have we got here? Maybe looking at just a single instance. Like, here is one instance of underbiasing. one level and only one. Can we see anything interesting happening in these waveforms that looks like it would be how underbiasing makes that excess brightness show up? Because what's happening, biasing is throwing that 40K tone in there to make sure that the tape particles get moving. And if it's underbiased, it implies that the tape particles are going to sit where they are until the sound gets them moving, adding a sort of edge or crunch to it. There might be something that we can do code-wise to act in this way. What I'm not seeing, however, like I would be expecting like the voltage level sits sort of flat, and then there's a sudden spike in one direction or another because we're overcoming the tape particles and suddenly causing them to be different, and that would be where that comes from. Whereas on the Studer measurement, it's going to be a lot smoother because we have this waveform constantly in there. You can even see it in the meter reading, and it never goes away. So we've got this little wiggle, and it linearizes things. What's functionally happening, and this could well be something that we can play with in Coding Stream when it's time to actually start coding things. Granted, I still need to do a VST version of Doubly 2. But the thing is, understanding the functionality of how this happens, how biasing, when you have more of the biasing, it makes the brightness less. When you have less of the biasing, the brightness is more, but that doesn't mean clean brightness. That means you're going to have some issues, which might show up on my sine wave. So let's actually click over to this so that I can actually do something. Save it. 5 tape sounds, one of which is no tape, apparently. That's fine. And jump right back in here to tape sounds. And let's look at Telefunken 5X and see if we can find anything. Oh, no, we can't, because this is the one where it, oh, but remember something we saw though? Look at this. What if this is a picture of underbiasing? This is kind of what I was talking about. So if underbiasing means that the voltage levels kind of sit where they are and you can't do smooth transitions, instead the voltage level of this section is meant to smoothly rise. We got the spike and we got a DC voltage that gradually pulls back, and we have got a head bump. The head bump is what's causing the frequency here. Without it, you would just have a flat line, but it can't be the flat line because it can't be holding on to as much DC. But here we have something interesting. See the discontinuity. See how this goes to this point and then it stops. And then it goes up some more and then it stops. And it's not the same on each one either. And then it swings back, and then it goes back, and then it literally stops. We don't have any more vibration there. It's a low frequency of vibration, but that's still going to be susceptible to what underbias does. So what we've got here is a picture of underbiasing. So that's interesting. Maybe I'll end up needing to do a plugin that is Airwindows bias, just to isolate that and be able to bring that into ToTape 7 as well. Because playing with the tape emulation, I see no reason you couldn't have a single slider labeled bias where in the middle it's correct, but then you can manipulate it in those ways. Because we're hearing what happens, but we're seeing what it might mean. Let's look at, it's not going to be 5x, but let's look at Telefunken 4x. Actually, well, let's see whether 5x has it. 5x has it. Let's see what we got. So at 5x, we have this chirp at the beginning of the sound. And then I see a flat area here that's clearly not going through the, it's not sweeping through, it's stopping at 0 and then continuing. See where that is? See how that's a flat area? Underbiasing. Underbiasing is causing some of these artifacts. In the 5x, I think each one is going to be slightly different. Let's look at the 3x. And we're also going to see it on the tone. I said, let's see it on the 3x. Let's go. See, that chirp is going to be multiple passes of underbiasing. So it's doing weird things with the onset transient. And it translates to this at 96K. It's probably not worth modeling that, but what I'm looking at is where this turns into little flat sections. Where it turns into little flat sections rather than making a continuous flow. Because that would be what the underbiasing functionally does to the waveform. The waveform will be a little bit choppier. It'll get stuck. It'll get stuck and not make a smooth transition, similarly to how dither works. Here's more from the 3x. We've got our nasty onset transient again. I'm going to look at that in the 1x and the 2x as well, see if I can make any sense of it. And then at the 3x, we get to look at the sine wave and see whether it's doing anything interesting. Although I'm honest, I'm not sure about that one. However, we could measure it. Let's see what kind of harmonics this throws off. This is going to be a span measurement. Apologies for how it's going to be a little bit loud, but this is 3x Telefunken 3 passes through tape of my little frequency. I wonder if I have a hold. That'll work. There, so this is what we're looking at. We've got our fundamental tone. We've got a simple third harmonic. We've got asymmetry. That's the second harmonic, if I'm not mistaken. But we've also got some funny hash in here. It's not a perfectly smooth tone. That's kind of showing up there. So we got some funny stuff leading up to 20K there. And I'm guessing that because it's like around 7K or so. I bet you we don't have that on the Studer one. Let's go to the Studer 3X and find out. It shouldn't look any different. It doesn't look any different. But if we look at the ramps, we don't have a, see where the crossover is just a tiny little space that's darker than the white of the line? That's what it's supposed to do. It is supposed to be able to go through these curves with no real discontinuities there. It doesn't get stuck at 0 volts, as the lack of biasing is not able to get it to budge off of the beginning. Because the thing is, this is not going to go to a quantized thing. It's not going to go to a quantized thing. Underbiasing means if the tape is at 0 voltage, you're not going to get it off of the center until enough voltage is going in. And then it's not going to make smooth transitions either. So we get these little flat areas, and not all the flat areas are in exactly the center. This, being slightly overbiased, is way better behaved as far as it's going through that center point perfectly each time. And it's going to carry a tiny little overtone at over 40K, because that's the bias frequency. But that's what it's supposed to do. We probably are even going to not have a weird glitch at the see, here's 5x, and we don't have a weird glitch on the onset. You can do multiple stages of it, and it will continue to behave normally. And the attack, although we do have a funny little discontinuity there, that's interesting. That's probably related to the fact that it's overbiased and has a boost in the frequency up at that point. And the more stages of processing we do, the more we see it. But it's going through the 0 stage cleanly as anything. No problem. Whereas up here, there's going to be a problem here, as Eminem has famously said once. See how we zoom into the center area and it chokes? It's a little grunge in there. It's gotten stuck. And then it's gotten stuck here as well. That's clearly a flat line rather than a curve. It doesn't even look like a curve. It looks like the top of the line has got lopped off. And that's because as it changes amplitude, there's a point where it's holding the voltage, but it's not able to represent changes in that voltage anymore. So you get little changes, you get little flat spots anywhere that the rate of change has stopped, and that's going to be, it's going to be like quantization, but at any point that the waveform is reversing itself, or basically when slew drops to 0, it gets stuck, and that could be something I could code. In fact, I'm going to go and grab a piece of paper or something, I don't know, and make a note of that. I like making notes on pieces of paper because I'm old and I grew up with pieces of paper and pens. So that's the observation. When slew, oh, for God's sake. Okay, let me fix the thing, it fell over. That wasn't supposed to happen. So here's your problem. I had family members over, and so I had to move my stuff around, and I sat this on something with its adapter on top of it, and that has just fallen off and fell on the floor. So yeah, Soxbox. Thankfully, it didn't fall down. I would be sad if my Zoxbox fell down, even if it didn't get hurt, because it's a wonderful thing that I wired up myself. But this fell off it and startled me. Okay, so having got scared by a loud noise of something falling in my place that I didn't expect, I'm now going to write down the observation that I had. That observation being, when slew becomes 0, the waveform gets stuck wherever it is. That's what I'm writing. So in order to do underbiasing properly, I have to make an algorithm where I'm keeping track of what slew does, which is normal for me. I always keep track of what slew does. And then, like areas like here, make the like here or here, I see the flatness of the waveform. And so I can kind of keep track of that. And when it's doing the top of a curve like that, it will add that little flat area because I can code it in such a way that we're tracking the wave, but then if we run out of slew energy, it can simply stop tracking that wave at that point. That would probably do it, and we'd probably get the kind of brightening effect. By the way, I see lots of chat happening in chat, and I'll take a moment to look at that after I've thought of some of these things. Now we're going to go back to the discussions of overbias and underbias now. So there's somebody talking about overbiasing. This is normal people giving good advice on how to use real tape machines. So I got to dig through this to try to figure out what it means. Also, I'm going to take a moment and have a look at what chat is going on, because you've been going for quite some time. I even have to scroll up. Look at that. Yeah, because you must forgive me. Me figuring this out is important. We're definitely going to have a dedicated plugin where I explore this process. Bias is a very complicated word. It means all manner of things. Doesn't mean the same thing in tubes as it does in tapes. If indeed that is even something that you use to describe tubes. Let's take a moment and find out. I'm on the web. Let's have a look. Okay, so in tubes, that means DC voltage. In tapes, it is a high frequency tone. So we're talking very different things. I don't see any chart here that will help. You would also bias transistors for similar reasons. So the way this works basically is we're in looking at tapes, we're talking about the high frequency tone that gets the magnetic flex to be magnetized properly. And I'm going to be looking more into what overbiasing does and how functionally it makes the high frequencies be less. In tubes and in transistors, you're mistaken as far as what biasing means. So DC voltage is applied to the plate. Yes. The voltage is drawing energy from the cathode, and the grid is modulating that. So when you talk about biasing a tube, what we're talking about is putting a steady DC voltage on the grid. Never mind the plate. The plate, all the voltage on that is what makes the actual output. But when we bias the grid, what we do is put a little DC voltage on it so that there can be wiggle room within the tube so that you don't take the voltage of the grid down to below zero, where there's always a range of voltage in there where it can be like clipped or it can be lowered down to a very small level. If the tube isn't biased correctly, it's going to go very asymmetrical and probably be a more unpleasant form of saturation. Biasing in a tube is what you apply to the grid so that there can be an actual waveform rather than just like, I don't know, half a waveform. And this is not dissimilar to biasing a transistor where you've got, or a field effect transistor, a FET, where you have the little silicon junction there, and you got a bunch of voltage over here, and then you've got a ground source there, and then small changes to the, it's like the grid of a tube, but the part in the transistor, the bridge, I'm going to call it the bridge. The bit in the transistor where you apply a tiny voltage to modulate the big source voltage a lot, that needs to be biased, because if you apply a waveform voltage to it and it goes through zero, it's only going to capture sort of half of the wave that way. So you bias it to move the entire waveform up to where it can, I can probably even demonstrate that. Surely I can simply demonstrate this. And suppose you got to run this into a tube. You would only get the top part of the waveform if you put this right against the grid. But if instead you did, say, this, let's go and find the plugin that I know is there. And I'm not going to pass it through to audio because it won't be good for you. There. We have now biased that waveform for the use of sending it to a tube. So if you run this to a tube, it never goes down to 0 quite, so the tube can continue to modulate the plate voltage by the entire swing of the waveform. And this is the same thing that happens in a transistor when you're trying to send a transistor or something, a voltage to modulate the output of it. This is a different bias. This is not the same kind of bias that you have in a tape. And yeah, I did that. I applied a DC voltage. And so now the entire wiggle room of the waveform is able to modulate the plate of the tube, or the drain of the, I guess it's the drain of the transistor, because it's not crossing across the 0 point. If we didn't do that, you'd only get the top out, because the stuff in the bottom would just not happen. And there you go. And so that is what bias means for tubes, and we're on a completely different thing as far as our discussions of the tape. So we're going to go back to that now, because that was a detour. I'm tempted to go and make another cup of coffee. Might be worth it. Tell you what, let's do that. Let's do that. Set you up with some kind of weirdness. Here's some kind of weirdness. I'll be back with another cup of coffee, and we're going to do cool things this afternoon. fly annoying me. I've been thinking about overbiasing. So let's talk about all of those things and read our web pages that we have up here and read chat, because chat's kept moving without me. I'm not sure why I need to do pause stretch. I'm going to have to put up like fly strips. Never very much, never large ones, just maybe it's because I am keeping like pairs around even though they're contained in a Tupperware container. Maybe just having those at all anywhere is enough to cause these itty bitty things to be up in my face. Mark Saxon, you can get a rack from Blue Cat Audio. Blue Cat Audio makes a thing called Patchwork. If you get Patchwork, you can load up plugins in serial or in parallel or in any combination thereof. It exists, it's not for me to make. Blue Cat Audio makes it. Before is correct that I'm not interested in doing offline processing. Here's the funny thing, I'm not actually that smart of a guy. I'm really dumb compared to a bunch of programmers and stuff. I'm just able to have ingenious ideas. And I'm willing to think about stuff that is not the way things have been done before, and that's I ride on the back of that. But yeah, let's go back over to these web pages, because we're studying underbiasing and overbiasing, and we're probably going to start playing with plugins for doing that, which will mean taking my speaker digital audio cable and hooking it up to the vintage laptop. And I'll do that in time. Chat seems to be chill for the time being, so I can move on to what I'm looking at on the screen, which I am sharing, so you are also seeing what I'm seeing. Overbias to keep distortion down. That's interesting. So, let's see now. Don't need to care about the 2 dB or not. Don't need to care about the NAB pre and post EQ, because that's being handled separately. Again, people here talking about stuff. And I'm having this bloody insect flying in my face, and I do not like that when all jacked up on too much coffee trying to invent new things. Do not want a fly flying up my nose. That seems like that would be bad. I don't think I would enjoy that much at all. Anyways, onwards. And yeah, I'm warming to the idea of putting up fly strips, these tiny little buggers that are probably coming after the pears that I keep around in a Tupperware container. I get these Bartlett pears at the grocery store, and it takes them like over a week to actually ripen, so I set them in this little container and kind of cycle them through. And what you do is you pinch just the top neck of the pear, and if it's becoming soft, then that is the point at which you can eat it. And usually they only go for like a day or so, and then it's already gone bleh. Very, very fussy stuff. And the reason I'm doing that is because I got inspired by a sorbet that a local ice cream place carries that is beyond awesome, and it is pear ginger sorbet. I got that a couple of times, and I was like, oh my God, that's the best thing ever. They can't keep it in stock. People just buy it right up. And that's when I started buying regular old pears at the supermarket, which is actually a lot cheaper and doesn't have added sugar other than the sugar that it already has. So that's cool. But it might be causing my problem with, I can only assume, fruit flies. I don't know. It can't be much of them because it's not like I keep stuff sitting around drawing flies. It's a clean place here, but when your whole place is open to the outside air through the basement and I pull air through to ventilate it, you're going to run into that kind of thing now and then. So let's see. Speed. I'm less interested in the frequencies and inches per second, EEPs. I'm mostly interested in the mechanisms by which this is happening. Because again, the bias is what makes the waveform not get stuck at flat places when the slew is too low. And it looks to me like any position where the slew drops below a certain amount, it can abruptly stop and then pick back up again when the slew picks back up again. Like it gets stuck, but not in a quantized way. It gets stuck in a particular way. So let's see, that, not useful. Attenuate or exaggerate, again, overbias attenuates. So what that functionally means, and I don't know really exactly how, oh no, wait, I think I do. I think maybe I have a guess as to how that is made to happen. I feel like there might be a clue here, because when we are doing overbiasing, we're throwing a bunch of extra energy that is rapidly modulating. That's how you erase tapes. That's how you erase changes in voltage, as you expose the entire tape to a big old fluctuating magnetic field. So if it's a tiny localized area, and this person's talking nonsense, overbiasing to bring out. That's not how that works. Something else, don't know what they're talking about. Underbias to compensate azimuth loss. Azimuth loss means if the playback and record decks, the tape heads are not perfectly aligned to each other, you're going to lose some high frequencies. Like if you're recording like this, and then the playback head is like this, you're going to lose high frequencies. Oh, thank you, Mark. So the azimuth loss means the heads aren't lined up perfectly anymore. And so they're talking about doing biasing to compensate for that behavior. When they say bias current, no. No, that's not what it is. It's a frequency. It's a frequency added to the sound. It can also produce like funny intermodulation distortion and stuff. You can get like a ring modulator effect off of it. But if it's only up to the point where it's making all the magnetic particles become accessible, then that's not going to have the effect of the ring modulator. And yeah, funny thing, sweeter than anything. you can deflutter a tape if you have a high enough fidelity capture of it that you're also picking up the bias tone. Like the ones that I did using the Studer, where there is an obvious bias tone showing up. You could use that to deflutter that tape because it will have been recorded with a fixed frequency. And then if you can analyze it, pull out that bias frequency and measure it to see if it's perfectly steady. That's your flutter. So if you then pitch correct it so that the bias tone is perfectly steady, then you have the original recording back again without flutter. But again, it has to be on a wider band signal and sample rate, like, pass band including 50K and up, to be able to record it. Although you probably could get pretty close to the bias frequency. If the bias frequency is like 42K and your pass band goes to 50K, you're probably fine. So yeah, further on, overbias, 70 microsecond. When they say bias current, that is not useful because it's a frequency rather than a current. Although it implies a modulating voltage rather than simply a fixed voltage. So there is that. But we're looking for ways to manipulate this to where we have a bias control that can be used to do tape bias things to a waveform, including extreme ones. That's fine, not useful. Now we're back to just looking for gear space might have something useful. The thing about gear space is there are people who are clever there, and there are people who need to tell you how clever they are there, so they will answer the question. So there we are. Somebody asking about this. That is correct, except for it's not. Overbias is yes to stimulate them more, but no, not in hopes of capturing more information. It just does something else. There's going to be a peak at which you can hit, and that's as much as you can. So let's see now. So that's an observation that might be useful to what I'm doing. Low noise bias using a low frequency like 50 Hertz, filter out the fundamental, boost 7 and 10K on playback, and adjust the bias. So if I am not mistaken, that's a smart piece of advice. And I'll tell you why. If you are under biasing, the waveform gets stuck. The waveform cannot, it'll have little flat sections, because it's just staying at what a voltage is and then transitioning to the moving voltage again. And once the voltage is moving, it seems to be able to keep it moving until it runs out of steam and stops again. If you have a low frequency and filter out the fundamental, like platinum samples is suggesting, and then boost, I don't think it has to be 7 and 10K, you can boost anything you want, then all of the artifacts showing up, because you underbiased, are going to become loud. My question is, how does that affect overbiasing? Does overbiasing also give you unpleasant sounds? Because I feel like that's not how that would work. And maybe I'm not correct about that. It sounds a lot like platinum samples is suggesting that either direction from perfect bias will give you noise. And I've already worked out how. If you underbias, you will get noise because it'll throw little flat sections in. But what happens when you overbias? You're reducing high frequency response. Does that give you more noise? Does it give you more noise in a way that can be calculated? So too much bias will reduce high frequency a bit. Yup, got it. Not enough can cause your punch-ins to be sluggish. Nope, that makes no sense. It's not going to affect that in the slightest. Signal to noise and high frequency response. But they don't remember what way. Higher bias. Too much will lose high frequencies. Not enough will leave little flat spots all over the waveform, which is functionally what's happening. I'm observing them in an actual tape recording. Now we do have a recording of the Studer, and the Studer is clearly a little over-biased, whereas that Telefunken is under-biased. Correct that it'll be varying, aligning, all very good, fine, so far so good. Here's a tape op message board thingy. Okay, so this observation, here's somebody saying, you do the low frequency tone, you do this thing. You have underbiasing, and so you have noise. Increase that until you find a null. As you increase the bias past this point, the noise will increase. So the question is, are we talking when you increase the bias just general noise increases, or is it a characteristic noise like the noise of underbiasing, which is not just general noise? It's going to be a sort of fuzz on the edge of everything. I'm probably also going to want to have a smoother modulation between the, like, it's going to be best to have it modulate in a particular way. Nick Sevilla here seems to have an accurate understanding. Calibrating your electromagnets to better change the direction of the iron ferrite on your tape. That is correct. Also, there's some chat going on. Mimic topology. Difference between base-specific preamps for regular. I can tell you one thing about that, Fotis. I had and have a Analog Man orange squeezer pedal, which I think Juicer is the name. Analog Man makes compressors for guitars and makes one called the Juicer. And these have also been used by bass players such as Tony Levin, for instance, in the 80s. And I got one, but I found I had to change capacitors inside it. I rewired the thing because it wasn't letting through enough bass. It's fairly likely for a guitar pedal not to really be designed to handle heavy bass guitar frequencies effectively. So there is a difference between running a bass-designed stomp box and a regular guitar-designed stomp box. You could cut off your whole bottom octave choosing the wrong guitar-designed stomp box. Unknown. If I could do that, well, I mean, what am I saying? I can do that. We just have. So, this is overbiased. Underbiased. Overbiased. Underbiased. So I do have audio examples of bias. It's real live tape bias even. And then lastly, I go over, that was 5 examples, 5 loops of the bias. We do have the raw signal. You've heard that before. Now, one level of overbias, which happens to be the Studer. One level of underbias, which happens to be the Telefunken. And this is a process which I'm trying to work out live on stream, where I've figured out the mechanism by which the underbias makes stuff brighter and zippier, and it is not a simple, it's not a simple EQ at all. It's another mechanism which I think I can model. I have not yet worked out how to do the overbias, but I have an example of it, and I can show you the example of it literally right now. Again, Studer overbiased 5x. Telefunken underbias 5x. So I should be able to model that. I got to come up with a way of modeling that. And that's what I'm doing on the web right now, and that's why I'm drinking a 3rd cup of coffee today, which is probably going to do me. So I'm trying to observe how people describe the sound, the tone of overbiasing when doing this sort of calibrating. Oh, well, I'm doing ToTape 7, so it needs to be included in ToTape 7. And it acts kind of like an EQ, but it's really not. It's really not. And overbiasing, also, when they say overbiasing or underbiasing, let's fire that back up again for a moment. We can show this on span. So observe. Nothing. That's overbiasing. That spike is overbiasing. And that is like 60, 70, 80. That's like 10 dB over what it needs to be to keep the particles moving. We see it poking out there. There's too much of it. Whereas when we go on, the Telefunken, which is underbiased, we see no spike there whatsoever. There is absolutely no bias frequency showing up. It's underbiased. The bias frequency does not appear. When we say overbiased, what we mean is it's sticking up above this background noise or content by X number of dB. And in the Studer, that's like 10 dB. No, not linked to RMS. So yeah, the tape manufacturer uses a 3+3 overbias. It means that spike needs to go 3 dB above the background. If I am not mistaken, I think that must be what it means. I don't know if Nick Sevilla is making sense talking about loud sounds versus quiet sounds. He's still talking about positive levels of bias. So underbiasing would mean that the frequency sticks out only 1 dB rather than 3. Again, the Studer was showing upwards of 10 dB of overbiasing, or 10 dB of biasing, and the Telefunken was showing 0 or less biasing. It's like barely showing up at all. And yeah, and so it determines how much energy is going into that frequency, that 40K frequency that you can't actually hear with your ear very good, but it's enough to get the tape particles moving. That's how that works. And yep, all the above. Very good. running the machine over biased means you're simply constantly putting a loud tone into things. Bias rocks, fair. I'm still trying to work out whether when they say over biasing, whether that also produces rocks to listen to or not. That seems correct. So still trying to figure out, I'm looking for anybody to observe what the overbias sounds like when you do it. What are you listening for? Telefunken? Telefunken. You'll love it. It looks just like a Telefunken U47. Oh, Fletcher's good. Fletcher knows his stuff. So he's talking about the two completely different kinds of bias. So yeah. I assume he understands all of what he's talking about. Dropout sensitivity, that is in fact exactly what would happen, yes. You do not bias at 10K because the bias frequency is not going to be 10K, it's going to be like 40. Okay, so far so good. Bias tricks. Let's play bias tricks. Jim Williams says, all recommended bias levels are wrong. Wrong, I tell you. Okay. A THD plot might also be, oh, I'm glad that you like Flutter 2. We're going to try to do even more things like that. Taking a moment to distract myself from this stuff, where I can pay attention to some of what chat is talking about, although I must really pay attention to what I'm trying to work out. So here's the thing. It's not an EQ, and that's important. Bringing down high frequency response and distortion, a good thing. Okay. That actually implies that I would be wanting to do the bias thing after the distortion point of a tape sim. Although doing a standalone one, that's going to be a standalone one that doesn't have any distortion at all. Increased bias brings down HF response and hiss. That's a very relevant observation. That's a very relevant observation, and I'll tell you why. Hiss is just background noise coming off of the tape. And the idea that overbiasing brings down hiss is a very relevant observation. So in the real world, hiss means this. Hiss is background noise off of a tape. How might that be smoothed out by added bias? That's the question. Because we're not talking about any plugin. Nope, none of it. We're talking about reality here. EQing after tape bias causes transient spikes the way EQ high pass does after SAW. Well, what people are talking about is if you bias hotter, you get less transient spikes. Biasing hotter will cause there to be less transient spikes and less hiss. You know what that means? it means slew is cut down. So I'm thinking what's going on there is having excessive bias is leaning more in the direction of forcing the output to be averaged out more. Because again, here's something that we can do. Just for reference, this is the kind of thing that you can do when averaging stuff. Here is my regular sound, and we're going to bring in averaging. Actually, no, maybe I do it this way. Now that's a whole matrix thing, so maybe what I should be doing is the simplest form. And we are at 96K, so that does affect things. Here's a simple average. Thing is, this is multiple taps, so literally one tap is closer to the simplest average, but even with a small amount of this, darker. 2, much darker. That's what people are talking about. You're going to have less high frequencies. In fact, I could even fire up a quick little reference. Let me find my way around. Here's that. And there's span. And you'll see what happens. Average. And you start bringing this notch in. But at this stage, since it's a 96K, we're cutting down the 20K enormously. It's full bright. So in doing that, we're using averaging, and it is cutting back the slew rate of things. In fact, we can also go directly at that. I gotta go and load that up now. Give me a second. S for slew. Gimme. And we're already going to have a previous sample because that's how we're measuring what slew even is. But this would be along the lines of what happens when you do over-biasing rather than the under-biasing is a different behavior. Here's slew kicking in. Oh, but I've done it wrong. Hang on. That's not showing it. Slew needs to sit above span, and then we can see it. The thing is, it works a little weirdly. And it's just kind of bringing up high frequencies, but if we push it far enough, it starts stepping on everything. So our most naive version of slew is not going to be okay. So let's measure that. Or let's note that. I do, however, wonder whether I can combine a slew clip with an averaging and get that to work, because that's the thing is I've got to come up with something. So what's going on here with this? I'll quit out of here for now. We're looking at a situation where I feel like what's happening, if you were recording high frequencies to tape, it means you have to have striking changes in, like, let's go right back again. Let's show us some various different ways of doing this, right? Because bound to be a good way of doing it. Effect stack. Let's, no, that's not the one I want. What am I even doing? We'll get there. Bear with me. Bear with me. This is a big day for inventing new things. Here's my effect stack. Here's span, but I need to bring other stuff in front of span rather than after it, because if I do stuff after it, you can't see it. So if I was to do Aver matrix in front of span, that's actually looking kind of promising, honestly. See, we've got multiple poles, so I can do multiple taps, and it seems to do the job pretty well. Yeah, that ain't bad. And that's going to also be reducing hiss. It's going to be filtering off the hiss. So multiple poles of averaging and using larger numbers of taps seems to do the job fairly well. So that's neat. I think even at a very small amount, it's still going to do something. Let's see what that does. So we can plainly see the 20K content in there. But if we go to just one tap at 96K, that's pulled 20K down quite a lot from what it was. See? Full crank. And then at many taps, it's pulling it down quite a lot, even though we've only got one. And then when we continue, we can go super, super dark. So that's not half bad, but that's not the only way we can do that thing. Proper filters, like for instance, I can pull out the isolator filter. I for isolator, where are you? There it is. Got there. So here's our isolator filter. So that's a sophisticated biclot filter. That's not what I'm going to want to be using, but if you did use it, you could do this. So you can cut your 20K off real good, or even much more than that. Because it's multiple bands of a steep biquad filter. But yeah, I got a feeling that Aver matrix is going to be closer to what I'm looking for. The question is how to use it at multiple sample rates and have it work effectively. Because of course, running at different sample rates is going to cause a simple averaging filter to be different. It's the same problem that I had with clip only. Clip only 2 is designed to work at higher sample rates. Now, one thing that we could do is just take a previous sample and scale that according to the sample rate so that one sample effectively is 44.1K. And then if you're doing like 96K, you're doing like 4 samples ago or so. And then not pay attention to the samples in the middle, and that might give you the correct value. The question is whether that's actually the right approach. One thing about it, you would be getting the appropriate results out of the underbias version. So that's interesting. Let's quit out of here having made my point about filtering bringing down hiss. Because this is the necessary result is that we got to bring down the high frequency response for overbiasing, but also hiss. So you can't just slew clip. In fact, if you just slew clip, you're causing even more high frequencies than you remove. That's a concern. Can't do that. So I'm wondering whether there's, like, they talk about rocks doing this tuning on a tone, and you avoid underbiasing rocks in the sound by filtering out the low frequency tone. But then do you also get rocks at the high frequency? Do you also get rocks from overbiasing? Like, is the smoothest one exactly the perfect amount of biasing? And that's a very interesting question. Let's keep looking in to see whether anybody reports what it sounds like when you overbias using one of these techniques. Oh God, DC bias wouldn't work at all. What the heck? That's no good. $40K, that's what we saw in the Studer. Yep, I more or less understand what this stuff means. VHS apparently is a whole separate thing. That's interesting. FM modulated carrier. I don't know how that registers. Basically, it's like the signal being fed in can simply be a tone. So in late 90s, VHS systems apparently don't just use a tone, but they're modulating that tone too. Now, I don't necessarily need to do that. At high bias, you do indeed get more clipping. That's something that stands to reason because you're essentially over-modulating the magnetic particles. What that's going to do is a behavior that's similar to AD clip, where if the bias combined with the waveform is clipping, it will clip easier on high frequency content, so the headroom of high frequency content becomes significantly less under overbias conditions. That means, again, let's whip out the paper. Overbias. HF clip sooner. Whereas under bias, you don't necessarily clip the high frequencies any sooner. You don't necessarily run into any limitations there at all. You can take it to full crank with no problem. We might be able to do a sort of overlap behavior where you get a little bit of both of these behaviors at once in neutral. But I might just leave it at like neutral is no effect. Bang & Olufsen's HX Pro. You will get more distortion as you keep increasing the bias. Continue to increase until they so what that would mean is if you are putting loud audio to the tape and then continuing to increase the bias until the audio level drops, that means you're always in clipping to some point. Bearing in mind, when we look at a waveform like this, right? Let's jump right back into this. If we can, please open the thing for me. You're going to be nice and open the thing for me, or are you just going to be a jerk and not work? There we go. Very good. Gold star. As we have something like this. See that? The bias thing. The actual waveform on the tape, I wonder if we can manipulate this like this. What goes to the tape looks like this. You do high frequency boosting with the NAB curve to go to the tape, and then you record off the tape and apply this. You filter off the highs, and that reduces some of the noise. So what we've got here, considering that the high frequencies going to tape are actually like that, rather than like this, that's like another 10, 12 dB or so. That has to record onto the same tape that's recording everything else. So you'll get louder lows out of it. It's going to clip with the high frequency still being there. This is also what EE2 is doing and why it was getting an interesting sound. And it's probably even more than this. But it's this type of thing, like this is what you get out of the output, but this is what went to tape, and then it's filtered using a filter like that to get to this result. That could easily lead to the tape being overmodulated, and if you keep increasing the bias, you're just using up the headroom of the tape, and it can no longer get any louder. You're going into a soft clip zone where the extremes of your bias frequency are going into clipping, and that's softening how far the voltage can swing. It's like adding a sort of fuzz around the waveform, and then if you clip that fuzz, you're suppressing how loud the waveform can go. I'm glancing at chat, but it's not always useful. So yeah, that's interesting. The idea is you keep increasing bias, it actually affects the loudness that you can even put on tape. That's going to imply kind of a lot of distortion going on. That's quite a bit of distortion going on. He says even at modest levels over Z. I wonder whether that's minus 0 dB full scale. Because 0 dB as a measure of silence, yeah. That's got to be 0 dB full scale. So clearly when you start hitting distortion, that is how and why. Too expensive to randomly look at by non-members. Fair. Noise distortion and high frequency response. Sony cheap cassette products use a DC bias? That's terrible. So the description by Flubydust here, love the names, is setting a maximum output level using a 1K tone, and then switching it to a 10K tone, and then bringing up enough of the bias that you start losing amplitude on such a high frequency tone, because you're pushing the like the 40K tone, and the combination of those two things gets so loud that you can't actually. Thing is, though, I mean, if it's the same tone, I would think that they would both be affected. So bias rocks, tape noise, hiss plus low frequency bias rocks. That would be the, and I can probably even model that, and we'll hear it before the day is out. That's the straight line bits that sneak in. We're going to keep reading this stuff until we are ready to start actually trying to do things. Again, no reference to what the bias rocks noise is, but that's not the problem because I'm pretty sure I can model that now. I'm trying to figure out how to model the overbias condition. No effect on playback. Kinda, but not directly. When they talk about different formulations of tape having different biases, it's because the different metallic formulas will require more or less energy in this bias signal to get this stuff moving. Simultaneous playback, that would indeed make setting the bias be very easy. So let's see now. Hardware Talk, audiocamera.org. Here's a chart. That could be interesting. What do we got going on here? Got two different kinds of tape. I don't know what the formulas on this tape are. And all of this, of course, does have a big effect on what Dolby does. In fact, we can build this into the inside of Doubly. Not for the one that we're working with, but we can build it into the inside of Doubly when it finally hits ToTape 7. In fact, it will do that, and it will interact with Doubly. Very directly. So that ought to rock. Somebody's being snarky as anything on this page. Boy, that's gonna not be actually exciting. Can't engineer if you don't really want to learn. You're also no longer going to waste my time. So people getting into a fight on the internet, that never happens. That is not going to be helpful. I'm going to look for just a little bit longer to see if anybody has a description of what overbias noise sounds like. We've got a description of underbias noise, and I'm confident I'll be able to make that work, but I don't have a description of what overbias noise sounds like. Overbiased noise sounds like. Tapeheads.net seems to be a fairly decent resource for this. Very nice. Yeah, symbols are going to clip a lot easier than everything else, even with nothing wrong with the bias. Because to be put on the tape, it's got to be pre-emphasized and de-emphasized as the tape normally does. So there's going to be a big limit on how hard you can push that stuff. So it's probably possible to doctor a sound to where we can make it so that it distorts more easily with overbiasing, and then see whether it can be made to act like. I wonder if this is still there. Probably not. I bet it's gone. Oh, it's not gone. Neat. So this might be an example of a overbiased tape causing problems to an unrealistic sound. Do I have a download link? That's not the download link. More. Download? No. Well, I'll tell you what. Time to go and find the downloady things. Let's see if this thing can be made to give me a reference of this so that I can study it. I gotta look at this. You gotta love modern technology, right? Everything is just kind of there. Download was not enabled and the internet does not care. And I appreciate the chance, even if they didn't actively want me to have this chance, but I appreciate the chance of getting to actually study what the thing is. So here's raw and overbiased and distorted. Let's look at what this waveform looks like. Let's do Airwindows meter is not going to help me here, but we might be able to get something out of span. Let's find out. So cool. It's not that different. Compared to throwing a lot of more low frequencies in there. It's producing artifacts. It is producing artifacts. What I do matters less. It's what you would like to do. Well, then never mind span. It's not telling me that much. What else have we got? So what does this look like? I'd see you later, Florian. Honestly, when we zoom in this much, it's not all that useful to look at. I'm just kind of trying to eyeball it. Actually, here's something I can do. Let's take this exact waveform, copy it, and paste it next to the other one, which is the same waveform. And then let's trim this to where it's real close in. There. Same exact drum hit, but one of them is dry and one of them is the distorted, overbiased tape. And they definitely feel a little bit different. So this is interesting. It looks to me quite a bit like the one that's overbiased is producing spikes that are distributed real differently. I mean, I can go and find the exact bits in this. Here's the attack. And here's the attack. So these little wigglies are high frequency departures. And then these little wigglies seem to be suppressed high frequencies, and it's causing lower frequency stuff to poke out. I think this is one of this. I'm trying to figure out which bit goes where. Stacking them in this program is not as simple as you'd think. So let's see. So here's our attack, and it lines up with that. There's another little cluster over here. They're taking up the same time, and they are also pretty much mono, aren't they? So hang on. Let's assume they're mono. Maybe we don't need it like that. Maybe we need it like this. Now let's compare these two. Where's our onset transient? Where do these things have, because that's going to be a mono signal, sure as heck. So where does the sound start? Well, there's a frequency, so maybe we're gonna, like that, like that. One more sample. Is this what we're looking at, where this is the initial one and this is the tape? How well is it lining up in other places? Fairly well. And sure enough, here's a big wobble here, and it is still kind of reproduced there. So what's being done to this that is causing these changes? Because it looks quite a bit like it gets thrown off a bit. It gets a little weird. But it looks quite a bit like we've got these time aligned now. And you know, I'll show you one thing I can do. You mentioned stacking them and inverting the poles on one. Well, we can invert this and then turn it to mono. But I have to have both of the channels selected, I think. So this might be the difference. Or it might not. How about this time we don't invert it? That sounds distinctly louder, suggesting that this is the in phase. And then if I do invert the dry, effects, there we go. Invert polarity. It's not telling me that much, I'm afraid. But this is the idea. That would be what the sound of the difference between the tape version and the regular version is. I don't feel like that's showing me as much as I would need to actually have it be useful, so I'm going to close this. But here's my dry sound. Here's the result. And here's the dry sound again. It does sound quite a lot darker, this kind of sound. So let's zoom in again and see whether we can see any distinctions between these two things. Or maybe we can fire up span again, see what that does. See if we get any kind of frequency change. That should show us that, yeah? Now what do we get? We are not in stereo. That is unhelpful. Now what have we got? That's supposed to be stereo. So that's kind of weird, but yeah, that's not a useful preset. Sigma psychodominance. Let's investigate sigma psychodominance. Yeah, not useful. Default. So what are we going to do now? Well, firstly, let's fire up stereo and see if we can make that do anything. Nope. Nope. Yep. Maybe we have to stop to make that work? Nope. G? What's that G to? Oh, it's not being helpful at all. It's not being helpful at all. It's being a big pain in the butt. Why you not show me stereo output? Thank you. Why you not show me the thing that I look for? .96K mode. How do I get to see both? This way? Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, man. Oh, okay, we got two things. Here, my problem is one of these is left, one of these is right, and I can't make the damn thing work. That's unfortunate. Most unfortunate. I do not see, that's actually handy, but I'm not needing to use it right now. So those should be two different waveforms, but I cannot tell. Filled display, second spectrum. Oh, that's what we got. It's two different styles of calculation, whereas I want real-time average, but I want to show both of the tracks individually. And I want to compare them against each other. And that's a little frustrating because it ain't behaving for me. Rest of that stuff I know how to do. Maybe we'll give up and put routing left and right in 1 and 2, fine. Group names, group 1 stereo. So other groups, that's why it's not doing anything. Mid-side pairs, not relevant. So I'm looking for being able to show left-right. It's not going to let me show left-right. It's drawing both combined. That's frustrating. Correlation meter is showing something, but the graph is not. The graph is showing the combination of both of these things, and that's not okay at all. Correlation meter is showing me exactly how much of a difference there is, and it is more later and less up front. This meter is showing the left and right accurately, but this meter is not showing me two different waveforms, one for left and one for right. It is only combining them. Let's see whether we can make this do something. Worst comes to worst, I can at least look at what this does. A and B. Honestly, what I was looking to do was show both or combine them or something, anything. Oh, now we've affected the overall waveform. Stereo swap. So now we've switched things, but we're still only able to show one or the other. However, that implies that if I do mid-side, no. That's supposedly mid. Oh, mid stereo. That's not how that works at all. How about mid-side linked? How about that? No. No, B is still stereo. That's frustrating. That's very frustrating. What the hey? Force mono? Dual mono? Oh, we're going to need to set these separately, huh? So, mid-side stereo, switch to this, and then tell that to be mid-side stereo as well, at which point it will be exactly the same. Helpful. Yay! I'm getting sassier and sassier because this is driving me mad. Can't answer that before. You know what? I'm not going to get anywhere with that. That's not going to help me at all. I wasted the time. Oh, fair. If Carla wants to answer that, then fine. Button near solo, etc. I'll try. I will try. Stereo in A. And that's not how you do that, but routing and this is probably what would work. So, no. Stereo and left. That doesn't change it. Forced mono. And now that says left. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is not going to be helpful. I would have hoped I'd be able to get a little farther than that. Let me take half a moment and go back, and instead of fussing with span, trying to get it to do things it can't do, let's just listen to this again. So that's the tape version. So one thing about this is that it is very bright. So that's going to be the kind of sound that you can get out of overbiasing the tape. So the question then becomes, what's it doing to that waveform? Can we see something on the peaks suggesting that, for instance, where the original sound looks like this. So we got all our little high frequencies, and they do appear to be departing from the underlying sine wave about equal amounts. About equal amounts. It looks and feels to me like the high frequency fuzz on here does go evenly to either side of the sine wave as it goes. It just looks like that to me. It looks like the center of that wave is the same, that the low frequency motion, the highs poke out to either direction. And then when we go over here, this is the same thing, but we've got a little bit of boost because there's a head bump. And it's literally the same wave. Here's another example. There's the source. And here is this exact waveform off of the tape. So the highs are poking out. I'm just trying to work out whether it feels like the high frequencies are being clipped harder on the outside of the wave. I do know that the overtones there are extending in almost to the center. It looks a little flat-topped. And it looks like there's a limit to how far over that can go. The source here and the result here. Source, result. I'm trying to work out whether that still looks like even sine-like. Here's another section. Source, result. So we got head bump in there. Definitely a head bump in there. But the highs are being suppressed and spread out somewhat. But not just entirely softened. You know what, you got to give me a minute because I have to go and use the restroom. I'm going to just rapidly open something up and play it. And I'll be right back. the sound of the inside of my head as I try to figure out this stuff. So let's get the heck out of there. Although there's one further thing I'm interested in trying out. One further thing I'm interested in trying out. Let's see if we can use my plugins. What is the problem with you? Let's open this in the right program and see if I can use my plugins to make this sound more like this. And we're going to try firstly with the one that seemed most promising, Avermatrix, using lots of pulls. Oh no, actually that just goes incredibly dark immediately. So never mind. Well, if it wasn't lots of pulls, if instead it was like one pull, So using many taps, not as helpful. That just brings that little notch in the response. I don't want that anyhow. If we did this, it's just making it quieter. It's just making it quieter. That's not what I'm looking after at all. We're trying to make this sound like this. So what must we do? Averaging didn't work as well as I thought. Isolator filter also probably not. I can play with my slow filter. What if we do this? Well, it's not really what I have in mind, but it's closer. It just would need to be louder, but it's kind of in the zone. Doing a straight up slew clip. Trouble is the output of the other one is actually making the highs louder. What if it's actually an underbias? That'd be weird. Yeah, it's darker, but it's considerably louder. So what if we bring in one of my weirder things, like the advanced slew clip things, like platinum slew or every slew. I think I've got every slew. Do I? Perhaps not. So that's aggressive. Oh, and then we broke it. What on earth is this doing? Oh, it's going crazy. Well, we don't like that. That's not good. But it means something's happening. If we do it this much, then what happens? Oh, same problem. We got a frequency going on there. That's kind of messy. I'm not sure if I like that. That's messy and ugly in all kinds of ways. Do I have a golden slew? Is that one of my possibilities? Some of this stuff is dangerous. Gee, for golden slew, what do we got here? Interesting. Okay, that's a little something else. Question is, what does it do? And we're still not loud enough. but we might just have to live with that. So one thing about it is we're adding too much golden slew to make that happen. And we are probably able to start from a louder position. That's closer to it. So let's try that again. But this time, not as much. Okay, that sounds a little bit more like it. Interesting. Interesting. Bits of that sound similar now. That sounds and feels kind of similar. The thing I want to do now is a little quick messing around and cheating. Here's our loop. What's that look like in span? That being the only waveform visualizer I got handy. That doesn't show me all that much. But for laughs, we can also check out a meter. Okay, they're pretty close, but the one with golden slew is actually going brighter. No, I cannot, Zarin. Sorry about that. Or actually, hang on a second. What's going on? Why is it not showing? Oh, okay. Yeah, I just had OBS set all wrong and stuff and all screwed up. But I am not downhearted because we have at least got some kind of start on things. And I can use golden slew to get the sound of the slide over biasing. So let's go with that. Quit without saving. And we can look that up. I might actually want to weight it towards being able to clip in a particular way. Yeah, good idea to switch the thing from a recommended list to all. Yes, that's built in. So let's see. I think we're just about, barring fooling with this. And remember, Studer is the one where it's darkened. Let's do one further experiment. There's noise for echo. Here's noise for Studer. So we'll start by turning this down by 6 dB. I mustn't save any of this, but if I save this, I'll be one sad puppy. And then dry. One level of Studer. Then, what do we get with the golden slew? Yep. And then let's apply it. And let's do a little reference. It's a little hard to do. Let's copy and paste it just for the moment. So real Studer and then golden slew. I'm fairly comfortable with where that lies. Let's close everything without saving. Over to coding stream. It's time. It's time to start seeing what we can make happen here. After I bring all of my stuff over here and shut that thing off and move my optical cable. I got to move my optical cable. It's possible that I'll be somewhat slowed down by all of this. I was expecting to just do doubly 2. But it's also possible I'll get a couple of plugins under my belt, and that would be even better. So for now, let's see what we've got here. And we're going to start probably by, let's just make a clone of golden slew and go from there. Because I'm pretty sure I can do the underbias thing. I feel pretty confident I can do the underbias thing. It's just the overbias thing that's the challenging one. So we want to start from here. See what this is. So new project. Hang on. Is this a end-to-end? Yes, it is. And it is also gratifyingly simple. I like that. Perhaps a little sketchy, but I like it. Looks like we have a neat little series of thresholds. And a little formula. And that ought to do it pretty good, I guess. I think that'll work. So yeah. Start by cloning Golden's glue, and then we will build what bias becomes. Cocoa view means stereo. We're not doing that. You can call it tape bias just so people can find it. Like find things with tape on them. And that will give you that. And then it will be included. But for now, if you're looking under tape for things to do that have to do with tape, this could be one of them. And bada boom. Version name. Tape BS. Because we're all up in our tape BS today. My stomach is rumbling. I'm already hungry for my tacos. I get to have tacos for a second day in a row today because when my sister came over and visited after we did Doubly 2, we went out for a pizza. And it's been a while since I've had that pizza. And they're just as good as they were. They got sold to new ownership. The previous owners, this nice elderly Greek lady, and she wasn't able to keep going anymore, so they sold to some younger people, and the younger people are keeping up the standards just fine. Which is dangerous for me because now I want to go and have that pizza more often, but go figure. And then we had ice cream afterwards, which means I didn't get to have my tacos, and so I had tacos on Wednesday, which is yesterday. And the reason that matters is because I buy a tomato and cut it in half and have half a tomato for my tacos. So gotta keep that going properly. Let's see. So one parameter. No, I'm going to have many more parameters than that, but this is the part that I really need to pay attention to. That. That's not actually a pair filter. I'm not sure what it thinks it is, but I don't think it's a pair filter. However, I believe it is ready to function in its desired context, so we'll run with it. We also get to refer to previous samples, and we can use that for it. So let's see. Hey, Audio M, I am neither a master nor a submissive. I don't play those games typically, or ever. Typically, no, I never actually get into that stuff. Go figure. And I have ample opportunity, believe me, but I don't actually get into that stuff. Oh, wrong window, wrong folder, wrong page, wrong everything. Let's hold it together as best we can. This goes from 0 to 1. That'll be fine. It'll be labeled A through Z when I get to it, but it will still work. That's going to still be fine. I don't need to cut that down yet. Hello, Mr. Hello, Mustard. Mean Mr. Mustard. Hopefully I'm not mean Mr. Mustard. If I was, I would get content struck, because that's Beatles property. Initiate. Very good. We'll do that. And here are some of our things that we must use. And we do this, and then we use param A. Ooh, interesting. Source is a very small number. It gets bigger real fast, but it starts out at a very small number. It's being divided by overall scale. Oh no, wait, hang on a second. Or is it? Hang on. Source starts out as a very large number. Hello. It's 1.0 minus param A. So if it's a low number like that, so it drops off pretty quick is what it does. Okay, interesting, interesting. It's all about the taper. This calculation adjusts the taper of our effect. And then we're doing Golden Slew works like this. And then I got to go and get the actual code, which is not much. This is a very small code, this is. Like that. Close that. Not using that. So we should be able to build this, or at least build it the second time around, and then it would work. Second time's the charm. Bingo, got there. So we no longer need that. But we need this, and then we can start playing with what to do about it. And this is why my friends were cross with me on Sunday, because after entire streams of like sitting over here and still needing for people to be able to hear what I was saying, I've gotten into the habit of speaking up for 8 hours at a stretch, and then I went to a coffee shop and I was talking like this, and they were like, "Oh, dude, calm down. Oh my God, you're echoing off of the rafters. Oh no." Which is all kind of funny. Now let's see what we've got. Well, we were just listening to this, so let's see if we can continue to just listen to this. Effects. Not going to be a new one, it's going to be one that we just made. So tape bias. Where are you? PQRST. There it is. So we're never going to want to apply this much. Too much. But I want to see whether if I convert it to 96K, does it still sound like this? So let's find out real quick, because I'm going to need to make that work immediately. Recent effects, tape bias. Good, good, got there. And that means whatever setting we produce with this, we can have it be compatible with multiple different sample rates, and that should still work just fine. We might also be able to get away with less stages. We're doing like 10 stages. That might be more than we actually need. That's starting to sound a little like our crunchy mojo of overbias. And probably the more of it we add, the more it should end up sounding like overbias, possibly accepting that maybe we need to average and smooth it a little more. But this is the gist of it. This is the gist of it. It seems to be working. It's going to ask whether I want to save. No. So that part worked. So input sample minus g slew x. We are making it step up by 3 because we have many different little variables that live inside this calculation. It's maybe a little sloppy, but it's fine. G slew total, is that incrementing with anything I should care about? No. No, that's just my maximum number. That's fine. So we're doing the full 10. Oh, underbias is going to be a completely separate thing. That's not going to be done by this particular algorithm. Underbias is a different thing. Underbias is going to be when slew actually equals 0, the waveform gets stuck. And that'll be fun to play with too. This would be the overbias. In fact, I'm going to make a comment about that. Routine. Overbias YouTube. Struggling to type today. Doesn't matter if I can make the good thing happen. So this would be our overbias routine. It is currently just plain golden slew, but G slew is a threshold, and it's different for each one, and it gets bigger and bigger the farther off we go. But we're counting in reverse. We are starting with G slew threshold 10 and counting down to G slew threshold 1 while multiplying source each time. That's why it's called golden slew, is it's stepping up by the golden ratio each step of the way. What that means is when we actually do the slew clipping, and it is just straight up plain slew clipping, it's starting with the biggest possible slew clip, threshold 1, which is the one that we've used, multiplied by the golden ratio like 10 times. And then it goes down to the smallest one, which is the one in the end, threshold 10. And every single step of it is just plain a slew clip. That's all it is. All it is this. And that's funny. Oh. So it's a mono version. And it does these two tests, and then at the end it assigns input sample to G slew X and moves on from there. So G slew X was the previous sample every step of the way. So we do the clip and then keep going on and clipping it finer and finer as we go. and each new one has a different threshold to hit. But it's essentially just stacking them on top of, so does it even matter? Okay, so now I'm wondering whether that even matters. Could you just hit it with the final slew clip and be done with it? Surely not. Surely not, because every new stage is setting the previous one's previous clip to be the... Every new stage is setting the current stage's previous clip to be the slew clipped version of the previous slew. That might sound very confusing, because it is. But that's how this is working. So it does in fact need, that's why it's golden slew. So the thing I'm wondering is, can I make it slew clip harder if the input sample is larger? And what would I do to do that? So the calculation is, so g slew x plus 2, that's giving me the threshold each time. And the threshold gets smaller and smaller. Input sample minus g slew x is giving me literally the slew calculation. But if g slew x was slightly smaller than that, it would be more susceptible to clipping if input sample was larger in whichever direction it was. It would turn more into a clip and less into a slew. And that could be relevant in this context. So next thing we do is but that makes it larger, and we want to subtract something that is smaller while still being the same thing. So golden ratio to the rescue again. Let's see what we just did. And if it works, we'll want to keep it here, and this stops it being golden slew anymore. What did we just make? That's the big question. Time to find the answer. And that might be way too much, but that's fine. If it totally breaks and blows up and dies, we'll do something else. That is an intuitive leap to see whether we can make the thing happen and do anything. And we're going to find out immediately what happened. It distorts more easily, for starters. Is it still the same at multiple sample rates before we try anything else? Kinda. It went a little bit quieter. Now, if we weren't hitting it so hard, so if we have just a little bit of it, and this is sounding kind of promising. This is sounding kind of promising in the region of, I could believe that this was the kind of over-bias effect you'd want. It's just making a, maybe scaling it back by the golden ratio is not actually what I need. But I'm feeling like maybe I'm doing too much there and it can be a lot smaller. But I'll tell you what we can do. Include a degree of raw clipping so that it takes more of an effect as you're getting closer to overdriving the tape particles. It should be running out of steam when the tape particles are running out of juice. That would be the desired effect there. So we can do that. And that one we're going to want to have cranked up all the way to make it do anything, but then we dial it back. To see whether when we start bringing this in, we can bring it in so that it steps on stuff that's actually close to clipping quicker than it steps on stuff in the middle. And you would in fact see it damping white noise, so we will try that too. We will try that too. Here's the next experiment. And I need to remember to try the underbias part. That's going to be important. So let's see. Forgive me for freezing up occasionally. Got a lot to think about here. There we go. So this is slew clip only. Maybe a little bitty hint of it. Seems like it doesn't take much. Seems like it doesn't take much. Is the idea here is we're doing a slew clip. The slew clip is kicking in. I want that slew clip to kick in more aggressively as the waveform approaches the edge of the waveform, but I don't want it to become literally just a clip. I just wanted to step harder on the slew, like to kick in faster when the waveform's extending farther. Because I believe we can also just make it become 100% just a clip. Like we can make it do nothing but clip. But and again, golden ratio is too much. It doesn't take much. It really doesn't take much. Boy, does it not take much. So for hard clipping this, at what point does the saturation sound like it's a tape? Okay, yeah, so that's way too much. We can't get anywhere near golden ratio for that. But this is too little. That's not bad. That's too much. And then if we fiddle with this, so at what point does it kick in? I could hear that as being over bias like. Oh, sweeter. Firstly, has nothing to do with tubes at all. Nothing. And the bias I'm talking about isn't that kind of bias. But we'll see what we can make happen. I feel like this value here, or maybe even... that might be it. That might be it. Because remember, I do have that test file. In fact, let's bring it over here. Let's bring that file over here. That's something I can do. I've got an SD card. My SD card has a bunch of stuff I need to work on, but what I can also add to it is well, technically all of these things, but then I can also add to it that one track. And while I'm at it, I will also drag in the 1x versions of the real tape. I'll bring over Telefunken 1x and Studer 1x. And we'll go from there. How's that? That seems good. 0.95. That will probably do it. It could also be a factor of how we manipulate the other control. But yeah, before I worry about that, get this out of the way for just long enough to... Let's play with our waveforms again. Let's set these things on the desktop so that I can do stuff with them. Then let's bring over this other thing. Because now we can check out what that's like with our new thing, which is no longer Golden Slough anymore. We've now changed it. It's now something else. Oh, and by the way, this is all the stuff that I have to do. I have to work my way through all of these reverb options. And you might or might not have noticed that it is now extended quite a ways. And now we've got sizes as big as 191 seats here, or 193 there, because I ran it overnight again. And now I have an even bigger selection of 4x4 matrices that I have to go through one at a time and measure everything. So that's going to be later. We're not doing that today. I'm not going to have time. But that is also like on my agenda to do in my copious free time. But what we can do here is see how close this comes now. Dry. And tape. So, getting a rough sense of how that sounded, we jump right back to tape bias. I don't remember whether I have put the new version in. Don't care. We'll leave it like that. Brightest. I'm pretty happy with how that's shaping up. It makes it kind of quieter, which is unfortunate, but same tone. So if we undo it and do that again and don't hit it nearly as hard, we probably will get into the zone. Totally untouched. Just enough darkness added. Probably a little more than we need to again. Nice. Also, I think we got better results by normalizing last time. Let's do that and then add even less. Back to here. Because it really doesn't take as much as you'd think. Now those things look very similar to each other. Check it out. I think that's going to work. I think that's going to work. I think we can use this modified golden slew as an effective overbias simulator. And used inside the eventual ToTape, especially if doubly is engaged, it's going to become even more effective. Cool. Cool. And then, while not saving that, we'll open up this. And this is what it sounds like when we kick it in on that setting, which mimics a real tape recording where somebody was running into a problem with an overly bright sound. That's actually quite subtle, which is not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. That should be fine. I'm going to take a moment and see. What I'm now wondering is whether we can do it in two separate directions or cross them over. Might be a solution. And whether a setting of 0.5 can be like my maximum overbias. Because we can definitely go, using this, we can go to a place where you could intentionally wildly overbias the thing for effect if you really wanted to. And if it works, you'll also be able to intentionally wildly underbias it. Talk to me about that later, man. Wax cylinders, seriously? Like 0.5. Could be a concept for the maximum possible overbiasing. Although we can also just do this. That's overbiasing to the point of the tape machine explodes. Nobody would ever be able to overbias that hard, which is not to say that I can't actually use that. We could do a thing where we allow that to be one of the possible settings if you just want to get completely stupid with it. What's not to like? Like, why not? Why not? Supposing you have an intro or something, so it's like, I know, for the intro, I'll make the tape machine explode. And then your tape machine explode sound is like this. You'd have to kind of re-amplify it back up again. But I mean, we've got a sound that acts like this. And then if you normalize that, you'd have a sound like this. How's that? Now, I don't have a great way of, well, I mean, why would you need to stack that in series? That is already way too much. You don't need this much. Oh no. That would be the overbias meltdown, causing the tape machine to explode and spew oxide all over everybody. So the fact that we can go there means that we can do other things as well. Because that looks about ready to go. I think that's going to work. We probably don't need as many stages of this. And I'm interested to find out how much I can dial that back. And there's a quick way to find out too. Include clip is param B, but we're not using it anymore, are we? So we can stick it in somewhere else, like here. Now, if I turn it down to 0, it doesn't have any stacks of things in there, and so I can find out whether we can get away with fewer stages, because we're doing 10 stages every time. I don't know if that's necessary. We probably can get away with a little bit less. Let's find out. And if that works and we have an end result, we're going to go into the underbiasing. Underbiasing testing needs to happen. I need to try this out and see what I can make happen with it. Maybe we'll make it so that there's 2 sliders because you get to underbias and overbias at the same time. That would be kind of hilariously dumb. In the best of ways. I'm not suggesting that's a bad way. I'm suggesting that it's a virtual machine. Why shouldn't you be able to overbias and underbias at the same time? Maybe you want to. Maybe that would be fun. So let's see, here's our full crank. So we need some stages, surely. That sounds pretty similar. So here's the question, if we're at normal levels of it, because the way this algorithm works, right? If we're doing the crazy extreme stuff, that's when it needs the most stages. If we're barely touching it at all, it doesn't need that many stages. So the question is, if we're at like 0.5, which is more overbias than we need for a realistic effect, but it's not a crazy meltdown effect, and it's still like how many stages do we need before this starts sounding different? And let's find out. Have to play it first. Okay, didn't expect that. As soon as I moved it off of the extreme setting, it changed. That's interesting. I didn't think it was going to do that. So this is one stage. One stage is this. 2. 3. Goes up to 10. So what's happening is it's offsetting the level at which point it kicks in. The tone itself is not affected that strongly, but it's affecting where it kicks in. It's affecting how aggressively it starts to happen. So basically what I can do is set it to a very high level and then start listening for at what point does it start sounding like that overbiased tape thing versus just a straight up distortion. So 0 stages, 1 stage, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So if I wasn't pushing it that hard, but I was adjusting this as I went along, at what point would it stop giving me anything? 1. Not hearing it yet. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm feeling a certain raspiness at that level that might actually work. That said, the question becomes, so tell you what we're going to do. Let's just step it back a little bit, not a lot. See, we've got all of these. This enum determines how it functions. We can just keep adding them or subtracting them. So rather than going all the way to 10, we'll go to 9 or possibly just 8. I'm trying to decide. See, because I feel like 7 or 6 is already too small again, which feels weird because it's like, why would it be needing this much? But if it does, it does. Like, I can't argue that. That said, I only need to make that one change, and then this will compile and work perfectly, just the way I had wished. Because it automatically updates because of the enum. And then I have to remove this. There we go. I think we can get away with that, even though it is perhaps somewhat inefficient when you're not doing much overbiasing at all. But I feel like it handles attempting to emulate extreme levels of overbiasing pretty well that way. And for that reason, the little changes that I've made, that's probably going to be fine. And that does get me into the zone of tape-oriented excessiveness. Not that dissimilar to what happens when you have overbiased tape and you're also distorting it to crud. That's cool. We can run with that. We can undo the damage we've just done, and now it's time to start playing with underbias. So my question is, can I use the same variables? I've already got variables with the previous samples. Could I use the same algorithm? That'd be really weird and interesting. This equates to this and this. So now those match. So we're cool with that so far. But remember when I said when slew equals 0, the waveform gets stuck. Here's the thing. We're able to apply like G slew equals input sample times 0.95. I don't know if we necessarily want to use that. So what we've got here, if input sample minus G slew X, that's the previous sample, but it's times 0.95. Meaning if we do G slew X times or divided by 0.95, we get it back again. So let's see what kinds of things we can look at here. Because that's the overbias stuff. We've already got that sorted. And G slew X plus 2, that's our threshold. If we set it to be not doing anything, then that part that we see below won't do anything. But we've got a whole other thing to play with here, and we're calling it underbias. And we'll call that one overbias. And we're starting it there, and then we adjust it as we go to make a whole array of ones that we can use. This isn't going to do a damn thing to the offset glitch. It's not that kind of plugin, bro. It's not that kind of plugin. So what we're looking at is when slew equals 0, the waveform gets stuck. So part of what we're doing to calculate that is like as follows. Hang on. Okay, so for every step of the way, that is going to produce stuck. Oh, but I have to change a thing. Hang on. Hang on while I change a thing. We could apply that here too. Hold the phone. Oh no, I'd have to apply it twice. If I multiply by 0.95, in here I also have to do it here. And that could be fine, but it seems so much simpler to do it just here. At which point we have to put it back. So that now puts it back. So now stuck equals input sample minus g slew x. So that is when slew equals 0. If we have slew equaling 0, stuck also equals 0. If there's any slew of any kind, stuck becomes larger than that. So what do we do with that? Well, we have our underbias control, right? So we could also bring it into play here. Okay, so now we have stuck, and let's see. And we can weight it to be more closer to 0 by multiplying it by underbias. So there's various ways to weight and skew this. The thing I'm looking to do though, or oh, hang on, wrong thing. Plus is the one we want. So now underbias is always more than 0, but it's going to tend to be less than 1. It can only get close to 1. So if we divide by that, stuck will tend to be really big unless it's actually 0. So let's play with that a little bit, because you'll see what I'm aiming for here soon. We're going to do a dry-wet kind of thing. Actually, hang on. If stuck is larger than 1, we are always going to just keep input sample and not try to get it stuck to the previous waveform. But we want this to be a smooth transition. And we can simply measure it like this. If it's less than 1, then we know it's always larger than 0. Actually, it can be 0. So this could get interesting. This could get interesting indeed. So we're making this variable, we're making stuck. Input sample minus gslew, that can actually be 0. But if we divide it by underbias, especially if underbias is very tiny, it can struggle to be close to 0. Like, you add a very small number to that, and it can barely ever be. You take your number here, you divide it by a really tiny number, which is the same thing as multiplying it by a large number. And then if they're exact, well, here's the thing though. Like, if slew is exactly the same, there's no harm to it being stuck because it's exactly the same. So we're probably fine there. We're just making it be more stuck depending upon how close it is. So let's continue with this. If stuck is less than 1, we do our little dry wet thing. So we're replacing input sample. This is going to be incremental. And need more parentheses. Although technically not. Can't I just solve that? I've got a calculator here. Surely I can just solve this and then not need multiple parentheses because it's all multiplications. Let's give that a little try. Okay. That looks about right. It's not really going to be the same as exactly 1.05, but it's going to be pretty close. Let's not call it suck. Not just yet. Maybe you will end up calling it that if this works terribly. So, here's what we got. If stuck, meaning the amount of slew that we have, is small enough, it times the underbias, because the more we push it, we'll see how this works out. One extreme is going to be more effective than the other, and I don't know whether I have the polarity of it worked out right, but if stuck is larger than 1, we don't touch input sample. We leave it the way it is. If stuck is exactly equal to 1, we want the one where we leave input sample the way it is. That seems like we've got that sorted out. If stuck is all the way down to 0, we don't want input sample. We want the previous sample that we had. So input sample times 0, if it's 0, plus gslew x is the previous one, times putting it back to what the previous one's value was, times 1.0 minus stuck, meaning it'll be times 1 if stuck is 0. And if stuck is larger than 1, we'll never get to that point in the first place, and so it doesn't matter. One little semicolon, and we should be good. Now we get to see what this even does, because we're looking for that brightening effect, but it's being a brightening effect by making the waveform get stuck from not actually biasing the tape flakes enough. It's one line of code. One line of code. Let's see if it does the thing that we hope it does. And then there is the possibility of making a control where the center is perfectly biased, and then you can go over bias or you can go under bias, or crossing them over in some way. Moment of truth, let's see what we can make happen. Also, we're going to see whether we can break it completely and make it become horrible. And we're going to find out, and we're not going to want that to be full crank, are we? We're going to find out whether it's horribly wrong. That counts as horribly wrong. Okay. Doesn't like that much, does it? Something went wrong. So, could it be that this is too much? So under bias equals param A plus 0.001. So my intention with that was to make it so that if you had it at 0, there was no effect. Well, you hang on a second. Because remember, G slew X is input sample times 0.95, so we're trying to put it back. That's why we're doing divided by. Stuck is not the same calculation. Stuck is, was it actually the same value? And we want that to be the same calculation. And we're defining it here. Divide by under bias. We cannot divide by 0. So it has to be something. 0 should give us, let's see, if we had 0, we can't divide by 0. But if we have this and it's very close to 0, and we divide it by some very, very tiny number, then it's either going to be close to 0 or indeed 0. It can, in fact, be 0. So is that where our problem lies? If it is literal 0, then we have a 100% we can make it get wedged this way. We can do the same thing as if stuck is literally 0, input sample is always G slew X, made to be whatever the relevant. Let's find out whether we changed its behavior with the last change that we made. I fear we might have a situation where it's possible for it to get stuck too easily, and the only way to do it is to start experimenting and see what it made happen. Previously, we were able to get it stuck so that we got a 26 dB offset. 0 should be, yep, 26 dB offset, which is actually not registering. That's funny. But if we apply it here, maybe that's what's causing it, is it's getting stuck at whatever the level was. No, that still looks like a 0 to me. But it's not, is it? Oh, I know what's happening. That's a middle line. It's the middle line. It's not actually the waveform position. The waveform position got too big. Don't save. Back in here. Stuck needs to never be literally 0. Literally 0 means you can never get out. It needs to be a small amount, but it can never be literal 0. Because I want to make it function to hear what it does when it's at least trying to function. So maybe we stick with values that can't actually force it to never change. Because it looks a lot to me like if stuck is literal 0, then the thing breaks. It just totally breaks. So we got a different calculation here. If stuck is literal 0, then we don't apply it. Little logic there. Has to be between the two or it doesn't count. That should stop it being stuck on stuck, as we had. And we're about to find out if that's true. There's other ways of dealing with this. I just wanted to get it to do something. I just wanted to start to do something, anything, don't care what. We were doing so well with the over bias. Now we got to try under bias. Well, that's the sound. That's the noise. So grotesquely underbiased, anyone? Our ranges need to be adjusted a lot, but I think we're on the right track. I think we might be on the right track. Let's exaggerate it a bunch and then apply to everything and look at what we've got. What did we get? We've got the waveform very easily getting stuck in a whole bunch of places. That's not so far off from what I was seeing. And we have the ability to do quite sharp motion, certainly. But anything that is not too sharp is an immediate problem of the kind we want to produce, I should add. So let's undo that. And jump right in. Because we're onto something. We're onto something here. So underbias. Well, underbias still has to always be less than, it always has to be more than 0. We can't actually have underbias be 0. Although, we're only applying in here. Do we have to use it like that at all? We could just add. And I do not know if there's any benefit to, it's hard to tell whether there's any use to doing it this way. But it's part of our system. Could work. Don't mind me staring at this thing. So So our G slew X, that should be fine. It seems okay. Times under bias is what makes it, so if we were going to make this be times, we need to make this be 1.0 minus. And then the question becomes, how much of this effect is enough? Let's start out with something nice and simple. So it goes from 0 to 1 the way we've got it set up. We don't necessarily need the power factor, but it might be just fine. In fact, or maybe not. Ain't too sure. I'm also not sure how overall scale is going to affect all this. But the day is young. I've got like 45 minutes before thawing out my taco food and an hour and 45 minutes or so to finish this all up. And I'm going to take a moment and glance at chat because now I think I'm steady on this enough that you're not going to just confuse me. I think Jazz is agreeing with the idea of the center of the control should be nothing happening. And I feel that's probably correct. And yeah, it did seem a little bit weird, the idea that the bias for VHS tape is frequency modulated. But yeah, and it would be a really slow speed, but doubtless there will be, like, what will be happening is not so much setting it at a really slow speed, so much as, because like it does have reasonable, honestly it does a not so unreasonable bandwidth, just a little bit restrictive, but you will have a very distinct intense flutter, especially with the whirling head. That whirling head is going to give you some wild and crazy flutter, and it's going to be one of the more unusual flutter settings. If we can nail that down, we've got it nailed. So let's see. Well, what happens if we do this? 2 minus 1. So it starts out as 1 is the minimum. But then we can go as high as 2. And then since we have a number that goes from 1 to 4 at the moment, so stuck times 4. And let's see what we got. Let's see if we have something that still functions or whether it's gone completely non-functional. That's a quick little change of no special virtue. And if we can figure that out, we can make the control that goes in 2 directions and then play with it as we listen. So now what do we got? way too much. Yeah, it's all heavily underbiased now. So that won't work. We do in fact need the extreme. So what we're doing is pow 2 minus param a. So our max is 2, which is not nearly enough. And our min is 1, which is way too much. Well, we could fool with it more. So let's see. First of all, 1 minus param b means that if we have power factor of 2 on the overbias means that if it's cranked up all the way, it's a tiny value. And the tiny value means it sounds very overbiased. The more we do a power factor on what that is, the tinier the value gets. Whereas if we have it set to 0, which nothing happens, and then it's 1 minus 0, doesn't matter how many power factors we have, and having it at 0 is the closest we're going to get to not having it do anything. So that's probably fine. Like the higher the power factor, the more it brings in the crazy go nuts amount of overbiasing. And we're probably cool with the level of that we've got. Underbias works differently. It needs to become a much larger number in order to be any use. And our smallest number, which ends up being 1, is still way too strong. Way too strong. So we can start stepping both of these up, which is going to make it so that our smallest setting is increasingly big, and then our biggest setting is even more, although the farther we go with this, the less difference it's going to make. For that reason, I wonder whether this may have gone too far, but we'll find out. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Remembering, of course, we want to be able to disable this effect if it's not meant to be doing anything. At 0, it should stop. Because if you're overbiasing the tape, you're not also underbiasing it. So is it stopped? Not quite. But that's a fairly good massively underbiased sound. That's not too bad. So if we've got it significantly underbiased like this, what does that look like? What's our little waveform look like? Ooh, we got a mess. That's pretty intense. That's pretty extreme. When we have brightness happening, it's fairly easy to have stuff going on all the time. But when we don't, we got some trouble. Like, look at this kick drum. This kick drum is doing some weird stuff. And then when our bass guitar kicks in, it's even worse. Although I feel like I'm seeing some weird reactions here. That's a bass guitar note, right? Ooh, 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 but look at this. If this was an attack transient, it's now doing the same thing that the remember how the Telefunken made that weird little effect? Look at that, look at that. That looks like a weird little effect that is made through some kind of interaction. It might not be correct, but I remember on the real Telefunken, when we ran it through the thing too many times, it added a weird thing on the attack transient. And here we are with the weird thing on the attack transient of the bass guitar. Bass guitar. Neat, neat. This is heading in a direction. Now what we're not seeing is it getting stuck and being flat. Instead, we're seeing it take trajectories which are sort of minimal flatness. But as far as getting the sound, I think we're on the right track towards being able to get this sound, even if we're not getting the sound in exactly the same way. So that feels like we're going in a direction. I like the idea of going in a direction. So in order to make this underbias correctly, we must increase its amount. And our minimum setting is still like kind of too strong. However, okay, so hang on, here's a thought. We don't have to do this all with the power factor, although it's a pretty efficient way of doing it. Like we could just do 3 minus param a to the 27th power and it will just make a ginormous high value. We could also use the dividing. We could go back to the dividing version and then just have 0 be a bailout. Like if 0 don't divide by it, just don't do nothing. That would probably work. Let's see about the prospects of that. So if we just plain had that, now we can go from 0 to 1. We're not going to want 1 because 1 is way too strong. But we can use our power factor here too. There. So we can have it be darn near 0, but not ever quite 0, because once we have this, and we can, this is scaling the intensity with which it kicks in. Then divide by underbias instead of multiply by it. That's the only change we need to make there. And then we have to check to see if underbias is in fact 0. Meaning that we're checking it elsewhere, not there. Though, so here's the interesting, maybe we can get it to a point where it's able to get stuck and be flat. My question is that a permanent situation? And there's one way to find out. So now we cannot divide by 0, so that part's safe. We can divide by an astronomically small number, giving us a stuck that is super always incredibly larger than 1, meaning it passes through input sample unless we do anything otherwise. That should be able to control the tendency of it to be really small. And I guess the question is, what do we get? Do we have a situation where it can get locked and not let go? One way to find out. Let's give it a whirl. So let's try. See whether this blows up and dies or whether it actually works. Because it could work. And we should start at literal 0 because it should just run and play and be fine. Yep. Now what do we get? We got a problem. But I think the problem might be resolving it. No, I don't think so. Yep, see, we can't actually do that. But why? So if stuck equals 0, because that is the smallest, well, actually, is it? Could stuck be a negative number? Because that'd be trouble. If stuck was a negative number, that would explain what's happening. So there's one thing we can do about this. This ends up being the number that has to be larger than 0, because that's subtracted by the other thing. Then we scale it up or whatever, but we can absolutely guarantee that it's larger than 0 by having it be the absolute value divided by under bias, which is always going to be larger than 0. So now it can't be a negative number. Now what happens? It was a fairly simple thing to do. What that should do is make it resist getting stuck more if it overshoots. There's going to be a sweet spot where it's able to be stuck, but if it's gone beyond that point, rather than getting into a escalation scenario, which is causing our problems in some way or other, it can only just be frozen. And we will see whether that is a delicate situation or whether this just completely fixed the problem immediately. Let's find out. I think we got there. I think we got there. I think that is doing a pretty decent job, even of making the sound of the biases completely broken. So check this. And then if we apply that, it ends up looking really weird. But it's pretty much just a bunch of stuckages. It's constantly stuck. It can't do anything. So then the question becomes, how do we scale this to a useful level where the underbias is not a deep bassy noise, because you don't really expect to be able to produce a deep bassy noise, but is instead just completely and totally broken. Because if I remember correctly, yeah, underbias param A to the 4th power, so we're still going up too large. And we also still have to check what effect overall scale has, because we're not currently adapting to that. So let's do a quick check there. So smaller is less of an effect, larger is more. No effect, underbiased. If we used a smaller power factor, this would kick in earlier. Right now, it's very aggressively power factor, so we have to turn it way, way up in order to start to hear that underbiasing effect. And that's probably our max underbias. Oh, look. The golden ratio rears its ugly head again. We can multiply the whole thing by 0.618, and that brings us right to this point of choked off completely. Golden, literally. Let's do it before we do anything else, other than apply that so it kicks in a little earlier. And then we scale everything back by this much. Oh, too many decimal points. Now the full range of the control goes from no effect to that scrunched off sound that's completely underbiased and wrong. Cool. Cool. I didn't actually anticipate that, but now we still have to test and see whether we need to apply overall scale and in what way. Do we need to multiply it by overall scale? Do we need to divide by overall scale? Because overbias needed to be divided by overall scale. So, build. And this, as this number gets smaller, stuff gets cleaner. That's how that part works. Number gets smaller means it's cleaner. Wait, did I put it in? Must have. Oh, I think I changed the power factor. Can put the power factor back because that's clearly not scaled right. I remember 4 was too much, and now powering it by 2 is too little, and the whole end of the range is unreasonable. So let's try 3. We could try 3 by both of them. Maybe that'll work out nicely. And we're going to end up making a composite. So let's see now. Build. And now we're going to test the overall scale on the underbias. This is coming across, this is working out pretty well, particularly in terms of actually having the correct sound. In terms of exactly reproducing the behavior, not as much. Not quite as much, but it's doing a much better job of getting the correct sound. And that's really the important thing. Back into the breach. outer bias. So that's a kind of crackly, brittle stuff going on. And if that crackly, brittle stuff is going on, and we resample to 96K and run again, at the same setting, do we have more crackly, brittle, or do we have less? I feel like that might be less. Okay, that's actually less bright. That's less bright, but it's causing a sort of staccato effect, where it's emptying stuff out in an interesting way. So now we try it again at 44.1 and see how different it is. There it is. I think we might be looking at a divides by overall scale. I think we might be looking at a divides by overall scale rather than a multiplied by. Let's give that a try. Let's see if we do it and get a result that seems like it actually worked. Also, I'm speculating on the idea of going to simply 0.5. I'm not convinced that I actually am correct about that. Let's do this instead. So making the number smaller makes it be less effective, meaning that if we have it dialed up to a certain thing and then change the sample rate, the amount of underbiasing will scale back, because a tiny number that will keep it clear of trouble divided by overall scale makes it an even tinier number that makes it even more clear of trouble. So this is probably what we want. Well, less at higher sample rates would be less of brighter. Trust me, we're going to try to make it so that it vibes the same. We want vibe same. Let's do this little section instead. Oh boy, does that go dark. That's way too aggressive. I gotta divide it even more than this. That's immediately like, yeah, not so good, not so much. Let's go forth and make it even smaller. Power factor even more. Divide by 0.25. We're just nowhere near that being actually a acceptable answer. And then we will adjust these power factors based on what the eventual one control one does. After we get into a zone where it's more fun to play with here, and I want it to act like relatively plausible, even on just the intro, like this. or at least have a good big arrangement, a good big space of arranging. Before we lose everything like this. Because this basically means your bias function is broken completely. It's not even there. It's a neat sound though. Just a gatiness, but I can still hear the hats going. So 0.401 gets me that. Now, if we convert the thing over to 96K, is it acting the same? Or is it now acting totally different? That's approximately the same. Push it a little more. Okay, we got there. We got there. And then the complete stuckness mode sits here. Then we'll undo that. We'll not save the changes. It is now time to converge this onto a single control. And that's going to be fairly straightforward. There. So now we use this, and we probably have to do a little bit of logic. Logic means sometimes we just plain override these parameters. But the first thing we do, we've got it so that it goes from 0 to 1 in both directions. One of them is negative and one of them is positive. So if you had 0.5, that goes to 1, minus 1 ends up being 0. So we start by just plugging this in where the other ones lived. Also for this. Now here's where we run into an interesting problem though. So overbias should be pushing to the right, underbias should be pushing to the left. Like more to the right or clockwise, less to the left, turning it down counterclockwise. So underbias is going to increase as we turn down from the center. So we use negative bias, or indeed, let's see now. See, I'm scoping out the idea of using, because this power factor, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, if it's an even number, it should always be a positive output, I think. Like negative thing times negative thing equals positive thing always. So this might already be fine. However, POW1 minus negative thing ends up being quite different. So I believe what we're looking at, and we'll find out soon enough. Now we've got this. If it's in the correct polarity, it'll be fine. If it's not, then we've got garbage data. So what we're going to want to do is override. So if bias is larger than 0.0, we're over biasing. That means under bias has to be the, well, a very small number, a zero number. It can be literal 0. Because if it's 0, we don't do it. So if bias larger than 0, we're over biasing. And then if bias is a negative number, over bias becomes its cancel it out section. So bias less than 0. However, if bias is less than 0, then over bias is the equivalent of it had been 0. So over bias 1 to the power of 3 is still 1, divided by overall scale. So we can pretty much, like, over bias is the threshold. And it gets bigger and bigger real fast. But at its most subtle setting, it's still a setting of 1. And it's very uncommon for a slew to come along that is larger than 1 sample to sample. That kind of doesn't happen. So what we can do is set it to what it would be if it was at its minimal setting and not worry about having a switch where it can't function. And that might actually help with the sound of the other part. So let's see what we got. Copy, paste. And so there's our extremes. If we're not doing under biasing, none of it happens. If we're not doing over biasing, it's at its minimal setting and stays there. And we're running it all off of one control now. So we're coming right down to the line of having a functioning plugin. He says, optimistically. Let's find out. If we have this as a functioning plugin, you can pick between that and W2. I don't think it outranks W2, but I'm feeling good about this, he says optimistically. Open, play. So now B does nothing, and 0.5 is the middle. It should play and not make any problems or changes to the sound to speak of. Over bias, under bias. So here's where this kicks in. Here's where this kicks in. Ooh, wait, we're able to completely cut it off. That's unexpected. Is that intended? Is this what we had before? We're sure suppressing it a lot. I guess we deliver the option to bias it so hard that the tape explodes and is gone. Okay. It's buried in this side of the range enough. Darken. Brighten. I remember somebody saying they wanted to try noise, and I think that's a very good idea. I think it was Jazz. It was probably Jazz saying that. Let's find out. Rather than save, let's just cover this entire thing with noise. Firstly, white noise. 6 dB down. And I think it's just going to do, yep, got there. So here's noise. Let's see what it makes of that. Also, let's see what it makes of that while looking at what it says on span. We haven't been using span, we've been using span on the other computer, so we'll go and get span. There we are. It darkens. It darkens so much that everything just goes away. Or okay, that tracks. That tracks. Let's see, we're at 36 dB. So about 10 dB down in the highs by this point. So let's see if we can still change tones around and go for pink noise. Oh, that actually became quite loud. Let's see what it does. That does actually feel to me like blasting pink noise into a tape with too much bias. I think we got something that should work. And of course you can crunch it down all the way to mute. So yeah, I think noise is actually a pretty effective way of making a tape function whether it wants to or not. So we can't actually use noise for this particular phenomenon. But seeing as we've still got this, let's throw a bass note in here. Back to generate tones. Let's do a sine. Let's do a low frequency sine. And 6 dB down. So if we start over-biasing, well, we can just clip it. That's what this is. That's us just clipping it. You have to push it quite hard to get to clip it. But what happens when we do the other one? More distortion, basically. And if we were to apply it, our end result waveform would look like this. And that's kind of interesting. It's not exactly what I expected, but it's kind of interesting. But when we use the actual music, rather than all these test tones, our sound effect over that stuff acts like span. No, not span. That was not the one I wanted to go to. Let's go to the one I actually wanted to go to. Overbias. Underbias. So my hope is that between 0.25 and 0.75, you can't really tell much difference. Or maybe between 1/3 and 2/3. Definitely dries up a bit when you're underbiasing. So if this was a bit extreme, and we wanted to dial that back a little bit more, because that's where our clipping thing goes, what we could do is split the difference. In fact, we can shuffle around our parentheses a little bit more, and we'll just plain do the same calculation, which should give us the same result back. No reason we can't. That should be fine. This is the undoing of this one, should give us the same one back. That should work okay. We should be good to go. And then I'm going to do the stereo version, maybe full with the scaling, maybe, as I feel like the extremes are pretty extreme. Remember, the power factor is the taper of the control. So if I want the weirder effects to be way on the sides of it, I can make that happen. And I do not think I need to have these interleaved in quite that way. This could just be both of them up here and then the other ones. When I say other ones, what I mean is I'm going to do this. What's that about? Should I be doing a tab? I think I should be doing a tab. So instead of x, it's x plus 1. And we stick the r in here because this is going to end up commented out. This is the other side. And again, x plus 1. We're just recalculating it, at which point we immediately use it. Rest of the algorithm is the same. Stuck gets reused, but it's being used the same way. And input sample R, we're going to go in and change this to input sample L for the VST version, which will end up coming up soon enough. And it is literally 4 o'clock, so it's time for me to defrost my dinner, which I'm quite looking forward to. I feel like this has been a strenuous day, but I think it has been essentially good. So let's save this. Let's consolidate this into being just the bias routine, because it's both. And there's our lovely little bias routine. It is tiny and cute, and it's awesome. And let's scale these things maybe a little bit more. I don't know, though. Is it actually... What if they were both power of 5? Well, I'll get right back to that. Then I'll rush off and get my oncoming dinner rolling. But not before we fire this up and close it again, because we're going to fire up Alien Kittens instead. 96K version. And now let's see what we've got when we play wildly with this using the bias control. If that works, we remove all the other controls and are ready to go. Ooh, it squishes down pretty fast, don't it? I wonder whether I'm actually making it kick in sooner by making it a higher power factor. Whereas it seems to not care about being underbiased at all. That's funny. Okay, I thought I was closer to being done. Let's see what we have here if we go back and do that again. I feel like maybe that was something was not working there. And the underbias is not kicking in on Alien Kittens, and that's a little bit worrisome because I feel like it ought to be able to. But maybe it's just the kind of sound where you're not going to be able to pick up that it's underbiased. I don't know. We'll find out. There is a reverb in there. Alien Kittens does have a reverb in there. So we should hear the reverb dry up. Let's see if we have a behavior. Better? Better. Okay, got there. Got there. Underbiasing is a way of making it sound synthetic and gated. Alrighty. Heavily overbiased. Slightly overbiased. Cool. We got there. I think we got there. We have another tape-oriented plugin, which I did not even have this morning, so that's kind of cool. let's go finish it up. I don't have hip meter on this machine. Hip meter is a modern plugin, man. This machine barely has a web browser. I'm not sure I can have hip meter on this. I mean, it has to be able to run VST3s. I suppose that's possible. It's also a question of whether this machine is powerful enough to run hip meter. I guess I can have a peek. I can find out. Ooh, guitar new rig. We will run that through tape bias a little bit. Gets a little crunchy. And we can do a little thing where the default setting is actually 0.618 because 0.5, well, 0.5 is bypass. We could just do bypass. That could be the default setting. We don't have to do a setting where it's applying itself at all times. But that said, let's skip over and see whether I can do in this old version VST3. I'm not at all sure I can. I think it's only showing VST. I don't think it's showing in the new version of this program does have a menu for VST3s, but this does not. I don't think we can do it. It's too old. It's too old, guys. Alrighty, let's go. Let's make this happen. .5. It's going to default to no effect, as it should. And it's going to be a standalone little preview for the wonderfulness that will end up being ToTape 7. And that way we also get to have only one additional control to have that much effect on the rest of the sound. So yeah. A0. Number of parameters 1. Here's our params. Here is where we set them all up, so we clean that up. Here's where we default them and control them and manipulate them and make them do whatever we want, and these are now not used, so we get rid of these. Boop. And that's probably it. I think that's probably it. You know, my copy of Ulean Meter doesn't even let you see peaks. So I don't know quite what that's about. Anywho. Option drag to the desktop because it's one of our next things, and drag it to components. And drag this to here, and next we make some VSTs. So we might not completely finish this by the end of the day. I'm okay with that. We could also go and do a bunch of other things. Like you saw all of those reverb things I got to evaluate. That's brutal. But what I should do is, I know, let's play with this and set it appropriately. Let's see how our final one works. Boop, there it is. It remembers the settings we had. Massive underbias. To the point where it's kind of hissy and weird, or overbias until it matches what the rail tape recording was like. Push it all the way to 0.7. Think we got there. I think we got there. Yeah, I think, well, actually, hang on a second. Do I have a Ulian meter here? If I do, it's an old, I have one here and it's an older one. But it died. Sorry, Blue Baggins. That said, I could look for it in VSTs. I don't think so, though. No, I think that's the only one. Look through at VST effects. See if it's in here. It is not. Nope, sorry. I can select it, and on this older version, it might very well have a settings beneath the animated screen, but it died. So we can't do that, and we're not going to. Very neat. Stuff is coming together bit by bit. And the next thing to do, for today anyhow, seeing as we've got about 40 or so minutes before dinner time, let's start going through some of the VST stuff. I know I have all the things to do, including I have recorded more records. Oh, I'll show you. Check this out. I have a thing that you can see. I got even more records. Some of these I might actually be able to play. We'll find out. I already had this one. This is Captain Beefheart. I have vacuum cleaned all of these things so they're ready to go. Never had this before. This is Captain Beefheart's Clear Spot. It's an old reprise label. I feel like there was something about it being a UK version. Yeah, it's a UK reprise label. I've never seen one of those before. It's got the song Her Eyes Are a Blue Million Miles. This I just need to record again. It is a Mothers of Invention. It is a American reprise, and it is completely awesome sounding. It's 1971 to the max. And then I've had this one. This is also the same Mothers band, the Flo and Eddie band. And I've had this for a long time. I've always been very happy to have it. It's got Billy the Mountain on it. And as you see, it's a reprise. Now, I have an older record, Uncle Meat, on the Bizarre label. What, you may ask, is the Bizarre label? Well, Frank Zappa was doing that in like 1968. Check it out. I found Mother's Just Another Band from LA on the Bizarre label, which I can only assume it's a Warner 7 label, whereas that other Reprise label is a regular Warner's label. This came first. This might sound better than either of the previous two records. So I'm excited. I'm excited to record those and hear what the Bizarre label sounds like, because I've got it. I've got a Uncle Meat on that label. The Bizarre label existed before some of this mid-70s stuff. It was a 1960s label. And yeah, he had Straight and he had Bizarre, and the Mother stuff came off of the Bizarre label. And I'm all excited about that. It's also in wonderful condition. Yeah, because as you know, I just don't have enough vinyl records recorded to my computer. I've only got, 900? Clearly I need more. But some of that stuff is just for my enjoyment. And I'm really excited to hear how the Beefheart Clear Spot is, because I know that one song, Horizon A Blue Million Miles, but I don't know anything else off of that album. And that album is supposed to be a relatively straight album. It's supposed to be not like breathtakingly weird and not breathtakingly abrasive. And I've had the Spotlight Kid for quite a long time. And it's got some weirdness to it, and it's bluesy and strange and does bizarre stuff. But it's not freaky and abrasive and unlistenable. Instead, it's got this like pop edge going on, but it's still, and if I'm not mistaken, Clear Spot also is still the Magic Band. And you know, the Magic Band was a large chunk of his sound. The whole star quality of him singing, you can't take that away. But the Magic Band wrote a bunch of the music. And those two records, I think also Clear Spot, had John French on drums. And John French was like his arranger and wrote a bunch of the music and did not get credit for hardly any of it because Beefheart was a weird man and problematic. But so I have two albums there, including a bunch of the musicians I enjoy. And knowing that Beefheart was abusive and mean and stuff doesn't really change the fact that they're great albums, and it sure doesn't change the fact that John French is great on them, plays great drums, and just writes incredibly well. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'm looking forward to hearing more off of Clear Spot. I've read his autobiography, by the way, so that's how I know some of these things, and they're very plausible. It's like, yeah, that tracks. I get it. That sounds exactly like how it would be. I'm trying to remember whether Clear Spot is a record where he was like, actually, this was not too painful to make. Because I like that. I'd like to hear the band in such a way where they weren't just suffering. Because some of those albums, like, if you get into, hang on, why am I looking at Golden Slew? That's not the right album to look at all. There we go. Some of the albums, like Trout Mask Replica is indeed a great album, but the musicians were suffering too much, and it kind of takes away from it. It's like not as good when you understand that they were starving and like being psychologically abused by Beefheart the whole time. That's not awesome. So the intensity, fine. It's almost the same as you can look a little askance at like Fleetwood Mac's Rumors, because it's the same deal. It's a brilliant, great album, but you can't really get away from the fact that the people on it are suffering so hardcore the entire time that it's like you can look at it in two different directions. And that's very much the way of it with Drop Mask Replica, is that it is brilliance and it's great. And then at the same time, it's not fair the way he treated the musicians, so you take it with a grain of salt. And you go, okay, that's a document, that's a historical document. Speaking of historical documents, let me, and this is not in any sense a historical document, but let me see whether I can get this rolling. If I am lucky and this goes well, I could have both of these done by the weekend, and I'm thinking I'm going to give you doubly 2. That just feels more fun, although tape bias has lots of potential for fun too. I feel like there will be many chances for doing really weird, silly things with it, and I feel like I'm making great strides towards being able to make the kinds of plugins that like a guy like Ben Jordan would actually respect and like. Because it's frustrated me for a while that certain people who like really fancy GUIs and stuff like that just won't even look at my work. And part of the reason for that is it's not just about the fancy GUIs. Some people just want a lot of weird controls. And I don't always provide them, but I'm starting to provide them in earnest with this tape stuff. So let's see. Firstly, doubly 2. Then tape bias. And they're both going into ToTape 7. You've seen them, they're not that much code for each of them. And then in order to do this, we got to get into Text Wrangler and start editing stuff around. So, multi-file search. There's a start. It's been quite a heavy workday, so if I go a little bit quieter towards the end of the day, my apologies. I do the best I can to keep the chatter going and be able to stay audible even when I'm on the laptop, so I have to be farther away from the microphone. So there's a challenge right there. I think I've been doing that pretty good, but I'm tired now. So I'll do my level best and we'll see what happens. Tape bias. There we go. That would be the one. And now we got that covered. So now it's time to edit these things. And we're just going to kind of walk through all of this stuff so that we can get out the other end. Although if you would like me to go and, I don't know, jump on Minecraft or whatever for the last half hour, I could be persuaded. But failing that, we're just ending off the stream with busy work and the usual grind of getting all this stuff done. Because I got to tell you, this week has given us good plugins. And that's 2 good plugins in only 1 week, so I am actually building up my backlog quite spectacularly. I got to go through and rename all these. Then open them up in Xcode. get them ready to build as VSTs. And we're going to do all of those things. Because if I don't do it now, I'll have to do it tomorrow on my day off. Might very well still be some of that, but 2 plugins is not too big of a pile of plugins to deal with. It's going to be fine. That's not too hard. I can do it while I'm recording some of those records. Or editing down the 20 albums that I have in the stack waiting to go. Ideally, I can get through all of the records and listen to them and make episodes of them. Trying to decide what I want to. I'm getting up to the speed of being able to do more of the timeless episodes. Like it's starting to look more and more like I'm up to speed with it. So pretty much any day off. Like I could do a Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and just toss another timeless, so that people can see how that stuff works and hear them. Although I might very well want to include a soundless of the ones that I don't get to do that with. Of course, I mean Beatles and AC/DC and Eagles and stuff like that. Of course, I mean using content hide D, because I am very tempted, very, very tempted to go and post like You Shook Me All Night Long or Back in Black. And I can't post it while letting people listen to it, but I can post it with the content hiding, and then you can hear the sound of the guitars in brief little snippets, and you can see how it measures, and that's the important part. If you want to duplicate Back in Black and you're mixing and you're trying to use Airwindows meter, you should be able to reference what that would show up like on the meter. And I can make that happen. You just don't get to hear it. And that's sad, but we already knew that part. You don't get to hear that. You don't get to hear Beatles. If I put on like Birthday, which is one of my AA tracks, the most aggressive dynamic ones, I can put it on. You can see how it measures. You don't get to hear it, but you can hear little snippets of it. So get info, W2, build, go and find where it says product name, change that. Back to general, close it out. Connect to the real plugin names rather than these gain things. I don't know why it doesn't know to update those. I've told it by doing a search and replace. But it doesn't seem to understand the concept of search and replace, and so here we are. That's the way it's always been. That we do this, and then once we've done that, we're ready to roll. Then I close that. And we do the same thing for this one, and then we can go through and start copying stuff over and getting ready to actually do it. It is a good feeling to have 2 plugins in a week. It doesn't always have to happen that way. Plenty of weeks I have not done that. But I get to bump my little schedule forward 2 for just in a single week. And that seems neat. It's always nice to have a bit of a backlog. It's always nice to have stuff ready to go. Because there can easily be weeks where I just don't feel up to thinking of cool things. and nothing's really coming, nothing's really working. And it's important to be able to have weeks like that and not freak out. And that's what it feels like when I have a nice little cache of plugins that are worth having, that people will enjoy for many Sundays to come. Just kind of head forwards and do those things. Boop. So let's jump into this process. Version, DBLZ, H file, needing to have much updates. There's what the version becomes. Header file. So A to G, 6 controls, no 7, 7 controls. That's fine, still enough. Not a problem there. 11 controls is too many. 7 controls is fine. Not a problem. This is, oh, every day is the Sunday because the sun comes every day. Well, unless it's all rainy and stuff. You never can tell. Good point, though. Good point. Also a positive mental attitude, a PMA, like Bad Brains would say. Param G, float G, we're still good. And we don't seem to need much, but we are going to need left and right versions of these. Am yawning and tired, but I think that's earned. I think if I'm tired, that's fair. It's been a dramatic day. I mean, the day began with getting all those reference files. If we have these reference files and the stuff that I've done with them, that really kind of means that when I finally do ToTape, I can not only dial in an appropriate setting for a bass audio, but I can also provide settings for the Mixanalog, Studer, and Telefunken, because I'll be able to dial it in to behave like either or both of those. Just fill in, like, here, use these settings for this and these settings for that. Off you go, have fun. And I should be able to absolutely nail the tones of those things, because whatever they use and whatever goes on with them, I bet I got it. I bet I got it. I think that'll work just fine. So, W2H is completed. W2CPP, we're going up to G for this. And we're going to scoot up here and set all of these correctly. 5, 5, 0, 5, 5, 0, and 1. And might as well skip ahead to the words. And put those in while I'm at it, and then we're going to go and get the reset. Reset is the control that we will need. And this, of course, being very adaptable, but set it up so that if you have everything on 0.5, that's pretty neutral. And it's not going to be an obnoxious, it's going to be in effect because it's the Dolby. If you set the encode and decode amount to 0, you're bypassing Dolby. Alrighty. So having done that, that part's now finished. And we get to move on to the CPP file, because here's where we need to instantiate some things. Right up here. And that's what we're going to want. And that's all we need. And now we're going to go through here and finish doing this bit because we left it off and we didn't finish it. G. That's as far as we went, is G. And here's where we can see that it is as far as we went was G. Because these ones light up in blue when they're real variables. The other ones don't. Boop. Now, are these all? Yeah. They're all 0 to 1. 0.5 is the midsection for these. We're good. I feel pretty confident in that. I don't think we need any suffixes. Especially not the frequencies. Those are not in hertz or kilohertz or anything. They are just general sort of settings for our high pass. So looks like we got that one sorted. On to the final one, and then the VST will be finished. That'll be exciting. Here's how we start off. Well, first we're going to check and make sure that all these go from 0 to 1. Good. Good, that simplifies matters. And then here is the bit that we need to copy and include. But instead of get parameter param A, it's going to just be A, says Fonzie. And we shouldn't need this. And we should never need cycle end again because we don't do undersampling that way anymore. It. But. E. F. Save me a keystroke. Yep. That ought to just about do it, I think. I think that ought to cover it. Let's copy it over to the new place. We have to do this twice because we support double replacing. Just like this here. Ba-da-bum. And then we've got this, and we're going to need to duplicate it because we're going to need to do it in left and right. Seems doable. Let's go. From dry sample to dither. Ooh, or or leave off the bit with the wet because we've actually got that already written. So here's the beginning from dry sample to where the wet begins, and then we throw away the first one. Looking good. Got there. And that's now everything. I can close the Mac version now and just finish this up. At the end of my day, 15 minutes to go. I bet you I will finish this before I'm done streaming, and I bet you I'm not actually going to bother doing the tape bias. I'm not going to freak. Well, I don't know. Hang on, though. 15 minutes? I started this at like 4:30. Let's find out. Let's find out. Because this is a little fussier, but the other one was actually easier. So. So IRNC. We're just going to tack a bunch of L's on here. And then we're going to reuse this doubly and incrementing input sample this way. So we double this. L, R, L, R. And freak stays the same. L, R. And we're going to do the same thing here. L, R, L, R, L, R. And make a little space just so that I can see what I'm doing. And then we do this section twice, but we don't have to copy doubly. We just need to use it again. So that's now, you need to be able to install a VST2, or if you can use Consolidated. Consolidated sort of does its own installers and things. I have people helping with some of that stuff. So caps lock, let's put in the L's where they go. L. All of that is just boilerplate. I don't have to worry about it. And L. Then R, R, all that stuff is boilerplate down to here, and R. That's the encode. Now we're going to also do the decode same way, except for I haven't copied it twice yet. So let's do that. Oh, but we used doubly, thank you. L, 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 R, R, and R. So now the only thing I have left is the distorted part, and then I can compile it. If it tests, we're done. Here's the bit in the middle that needs to have a bit of an update. That gets doubled, so does this. And then these things get doubled too. So let's first double this. Then double this. LR, LR, and let's double this, LL, 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 and the R's. I don't know whether it'll make it any easier if it's doing the calculations on each variable and then done with them. It just seems vaguely possible that that might make it run better. And now rather than build it immediately, go and look. I mean, I spend a fair bit of time compiling Linux binaries by hand, and then Consolidated spits one out by part of the process. So I should think the answer would be yes. Let's see now. 32-bit from dry sample to 32-bit. Dry sample to 64-bit. That should just about cover it. Let's see if I'm right. I am feeling a little bit like I'm not going to do the final one, though. Although I could fool with it a little bit, I suppose. We could get a bit of a start on it. There's no special reason why I can't. I feel like we're winding up, though. Like, we're winding up so hardcore, there's like one person left. Hi, whoever you are. I love you. When I'm tired at the end of the day, I get all snarky and mean. And probably since I'm not on top of my microphone and my voice and strength are giving out, I can't be as audible as I would sometimes like to be. Whatever. It's all rock and roll. And close that. Drag these over here. It's a WMAC VST. Yay. We're totally going to spend the last moments of stream playing with it. We have forgotten how much fun Doubly was. That was Tuesday. And we'll make all those other VSTs, including the Linux ones, including the precompiled Linux ones. I cannot swear that they will work for you, but the fallback is if the Linux ones aren't working for you, you can try compiling them and see if you can compile them better than I can. What would be fun? Oh, I know. Let's use Doubly to smash something fun like drums or something. Do I have good drums here? Yes, I do. Alrighty. Hey, Florian. Yeah. What we did, and I am about 6 minutes away from ending stream and having my tacos, which I'm looking forward to. What we did was we finished tape bias, and since you were away, I can show it to you. And I have now made a W2 VST, so we're pretty ready for that to happen this coming Sunday. VST Doubly can do this. So bypass. Then when you encode, we've got that Dolbyized sound, but then you can do this. And you can also do encode only. Or excessive decode. Just weird stuff, right? And you can get a nice beefy sound out of it. It will soak up a lot of neat peaks. For instance, just to bounce back and forth among things, you think that's wild? Check this out. You've heard this song before, but not like this. We're testing the doubly build that I just made. I have no reason to think it wouldn't work. But nobody was expecting this. So bypassed. Just like this. Turn it on. We got this. And then turn it up. Doubly is real good at letting things be loud while cleaning up the distortion factors. That's part of the secret of recording to tape using Dolby noise reduction. The way it works, it's canceling out the distortion products as well as canceling out the noise. So the fact that we don't have a lot of noise in a digital process is a bit of a moot point, really, because you can do this. It's still cranking. And that's where he started. So yeah. This Sunday, Florian, the neat thing about this one is you can use it all at once, and then you can turn encode or decode amount down completely and turn it into encoder and decoder stages separately. All that happens is you'll get a little bit more built-in distortion, and there's no real harm to that. Like, you don't have to push it as hard as I'm pushing it. It's just a sine stage, and you can run 2 of those in a row without hurting anything too much. So you can absolutely do, like, neither. That's no encode or decode. Or encode only, decode only. And then both. Works pretty good. And then since it is 4:59, one more thing. Just so you know, one more thing. Since you missed it, we did a tape bias plugin. So, overbiasing. Overbiasing and overload. Or underbiasing. Severe underbiasing. And between about 1/3 and 2/3, it sounds pretty normal. But as a final stunt, massive overbiasing and distortion? Normalized. This is my job, Nerd Warrior. Hope you enjoy getting that this coming Sunday. And it's going into ToTape 6 because that's not ToTape 6 all by itself. ToTape 6 will have that and Flutter and tape bias, which is what you just heard. Cranking the tape bias up hilariously and then using it as just total smash. So yeah, I'll talk to you folks later. And I hope you enjoy getting doubly 2 this coming, because doubly 2 is the one that will sound cleaner. Hope you enjoy getting doubly 2 this coming Sunday. Bye-bye.